How's everyone doing? Good morning. Well, I guess good afternoon. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. How's everyone doing? Come on in. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. How are we doing this morning? Hi. Let's go, Auntie. I was in your show. I was in your show for like 10, I don't know, 15 minutes. And you were selling a Free People jumpsuit, and then you had this gorgeous, like, Hawaiian pink and purple dress. Hi, Cade. It was beautiful, and you're beautiful. And we would love for you to join our community. I need an auntie, and you seem like the auntie that I want. You know? Hi, friends. Come on in. How are we doing? Yeah, yeah. If you want to get in, it's pinned. Hi, Shannon. How are you? Are you doing good? Yeah, spread the word. You can just hit the share. I guess it's over here. Let's go, aunties. Let's go. That's exciting because I think you're going to be such a great asset to our community. And yeah, I just loved your whole energy, your vibe, and you had great items. Hi, Mitch. Mitchie! I love you so much. Your show was epic. It was epic. I have some feedback if you want some feedback. Yes. Okay. Okay, you guys, my husband posted the dashboard, the tracker in foundations. Yeah. Okay. I think your sequencing, if you would have put the 3 fur jackets all at the end, it would have created bidding velocity for that chunk of the show. So if I have like 3 of the same thing and they're all really good, I'll put them at the end and then space out like the so those would have been like your A players, those would have been like your A plus players. I would have put them all at the end because that bidding velocity off of each one will just jump into the next one. Does that make sense? Yeah, like a crescendo. Totally. So I think, but you had great items all throughout. Those Coach suede boots, I was just like, I want those. They were my size. But Steven's only like 6 foot. So I would have like mounted over him. But Mitchie, the mink long trench coat, are you kidding me? Amazing. And then also, Mitchie, I would just tilt your camera down a little bit, like maybe like boop, just like tilt it down a little bit. So when you stand back, you're not in front of the chat's not in front of you. And other than that, Mitchie, that was a freaking fantastic show. And it was like proof to me to be like, holy shit, holy smokes. Sorry, babe. Uh this is really fun to watch. It's different when you're doing it, but it's really fun to watch. You crushed it, Mitchie. Your hair, your makeup, you looked beautiful. And I love the way that you put the gown with the coat with the heels. That's what I try and do. So, like, next level, Mitchie. That was exceptional. All right. How do you put your shop items in order? This has been one of the top questions that I get. And over the years, I've tried different things because even when I was doing random pulls, I was still sequencing. Um, and so I like to categorize my items, which it can be difficult now that I'm doing fancy finds and I've done so many like high like all of my items now are 8 players, so it's kind of hard to like categorize them. Um, but honestly, the best way to sequence is to test and then get your data and then refine as you go. So when I first started doing I love this song. So Shannon, in your case, your items and your eye is beautiful. Okay. Okay. Are you saying you want me to share that, babe? Sorry, my husband's sending me messages. So how do you put them in order? It mixes them up. Oh. I see what you mean. Okay, Shannon, the only way that you can put your items in order is by numerically titling them. So in my shop right now, you'll see that number one has a number one next to it. The only way, or you have to put it in alphabet, it automatically puts it in alphabetical order. But when you put a number at the front of your title of your listing, it will put it in order. Sorry, I thought you were saying, like, how do you sequence? I get that question a lot. How's everyone doing? Hi, KB333. Oh, okay. Okay, so I wanted to start us out because I am clearly not doing a fancy find. Um, here's kind of like where we're at. How are you? I really like your 333 number sequence. That's been a part of my experience this last like 3 months. I keep seeing three everywhere, and it's probably because of spicy Nona. Sequencing is an art. So I wanted to tell you guys why I'm not doing fancy finds this evening. It's a few different reasons. Number one, we are building two businesses at the same time, and our skill set in doing so is getting refined and getting better. And so honestly, we are we're trying to build two businesses, and it can get kind of like confusing as to like how do we build both simultaneously. And one thing that we're really trying to do is we're really trying to focus on getting as many people into Launchpad 3.0. We want to fill it. There's 20 spots in Launchpad 3.0, and we really want to, we've been focusing on like how do we get those 20 people in there. Right now we have 13. um if you purchased foundations within the last week, your exclusive private training is on Sunday morning. Okay, so Auntie, I'm gonna send you a link to the private exclusive training. If you miss it, we're gonna have more. So you don't gotta worry about it. It is not recorded because it's a very vulnerable. Oh, we only have 6 seats left. So, Auntie, I will send you the link to the private training and then you just bookmark it. Hi, Laura. How are you? Did you get in? Did you get into the community? I think you did. I'm pretty sure you still haven't got in. Of course, Shannon. Of course. Totally. Yeah. I'll just send you the link right now. I'll just do it. Hey, babe. Uh, Something to note is this Samsung charger pushes out too much voltage for the iPad. We need to use the iPad overheats and we're going to kill the battery if we use the Samsung. So, like, my iPad is freaking hot right now. Shannon, I'm going to send you the link right now. So, if you guys have purchased foundations within the next week and you're like, I want to learn about Launchpad, we talk about Launchpad briefly in the exclusive training that you'll attend, and you will have an opportunity to join. Okay? Let me share the link with you, Shannon. It is going to be Sunday morning. At 11. We were gonna do it in the evening, but it's kind of hard to compete with Super Bowl. And Shannon, I just want to say, like, you've got it. You've got it. And if you can stick to understanding why you need to do $1 starts, you will succeed. It's that wavering that your customers are like, we don't know what is happening. Confusion kills conversion. No, you're good. Steven said my issue was the varied prices, right? Yes. Okay, so let me just coach you right now, Shannon, because your shows are so good. Your inventory, it's not a product, it's a presentation and the low and varied start. You need to have a low and level start. Your varied starts put your buyer in a state of saying, how much? Not, do I want this? And your price anchoring. So you're saying in your previous show, you had things at $25. So every time they go into your shop and they see something that's $25, but other ones are starting at 5, it creates confusion. It also price anchors. So everything that starts at 5, they're not going to pay more than $25 for it because your pricing is keeping them at 25 and $5. They're not going to go above it. I also think, Shannon, you just have to understand that your market is going to tell you what items are really good and what you need to keep picking up and what items that maybe you didn't have the right people in the room. We say in our journal, I'm going to be creating a light version of the journal for foundations members. Yeah, and I it's your varied starts. It's your varied starts. Also, when you as the seller, Shannon, do varied starts, it puts you in a margin mindset. You're looking for margin. You're looking to win and get margin. And when you are in that mindset, your audience can feel it too. Hi, Tanya. How are you? How was your plus size show? I was in there for like 5 minutes, but you looked beautiful. Your try-ons are so good. Your uniform is amazing. And you're so beautiful. So beautiful. Just keep going. Like you're rocking it. I know. Yes, yes. So, and Shannon, like once you commit and you're like, I'm doing this, watch your business is going to skyrocket because you don't have a product issue. You can work on presentation, but honestly, like for where you are in your journey, you're doing phenomenal. You're doing phenomenal. Like both Steven and I really love your show. You're not, it's not a product issue. Your studio, your lighting for presentation, have a sequence. So I want you to sit down and for your next show, I want you to take one item and write out your process for how you show that item. Okay. And I can tell you how I do mine, and you are 100% welcome to take my example. Okay. So, first, I pin the item. It is so important to always remember to pin the item before you go get it. Because as you're talking about it, you want to make it so easy for your buyers to pre bid. Because if you don't pin it, and I'm sure you know this, Shannon, I'm just speaking for other people as well. You want to make sure you have that item pinned. So as you talk about it and present it, you will get pre-bids. So the first thing that I do is pin the item. I create excitement before I show the item. So if it has embroidery, I'll talk about that, or I'll talk about why I picked this up. I was like I did like 25 to 27K sales on Whatnot doing random polls. So my audience didn't have they had no idea what I was pulling. I knew what I was pulling because I sequenced and designed the show. I just was doing so much volume I couldn't upload it. It would have been too much. I would have never been able to go live. Um Also, I was a mom of 6 and dealing with all sorts of stuff. So it was just like what was best for our business. And because it was random pulls, I got in the habit of psyching up the item before I physically showed it. Some people would come to my show just because my presentation was so like enticing and engaging. So I pin the item, I talk it up, then I go grab the item, but I don't show the item until I have it, until I'm standing directly in front of the camera. That is like super important for me. I just really love the excitement. Even though it's loaded in my shop and they can see what it looks like, I still just have this habit of like keeping it a secret until I'm ready to follow my sequence. Then, once I have the item, I show the tag and the size. Okay, tag, then the size. Then I pull the item back so it's completely in frame. Okay, I show the front and then I show the details. So on the hanger, I will show the details of the embroidery, of the stitching, of the buttons, of the hood, of whatever. And then once I show the detail, I pull it back and I turn it around and I show the back. Okay. Once I have the back in frame, I'll go up, I'll show the detail on the back, pull it back, and then hang it on my hanging rack. So before I try it on, before I take it off the hanger, I show the item. I show the detail. I think too many people who get into LSP, they don't do the due diligence to show the item because this is live. People are purchasing based on how you present. Laura, I will be going live next Saturday. The reason why I'm not going live for Fancy Find, the reason why I'm not doing a Fancy Find this week is because we are trying to fill up Launchpad and we're trying to get as many people into foundations as we can. And honestly, I was working on the show journal or on the LSP journal for the majority of this week. And so MGB just kind of got put on the back burner, and that's all right. We're building two businesses at one time. If you guys want to see what luxury I will have on Saturday, luxury is loaded. Yeah, of course. I'm so grateful you want to watch me. Also, Laura, do you have TikTok? My TikTok is like filled with, yeah, you should go follow me on TikTok. It's the same handle, same making grace. Yes, I try everything on. Now, Shannon, that's not to say that you have to try everything on. Okay, I didn't start trying everything on. You and Laura, one more thing. When you go to my TikTok, like watch all of them because the front photo doesn't always show like what the video is about. But I have my sequencing on there. I have some really good informational TikToks. But Shannon, for you, like if you don't feel comfortable trying everything on, first off, you have a beautiful body type to be able to try things on. Um, but also, I would say just stick to like blazers or coats, things that are easy to just put on and button instead of like a full blown blouse or, trousers or something where keep it as simple as possible because really, Shannon, your gifting is in your styling. So the way that you describe the items and what you would pair it with is your skill set. And when I first started, Shannon, I didn't try anything on. I sold that thing with my voice, with my mouth. And I think too many people focus on only showing the item very briefly and then they run it. A key to giving great insight into the item is why did you pick it up? Because you're gonna pick up mother jeans, Shannon, and sure, it's mother jeans, like, woohoo, everyone knows mother, but, like, why did you pick it up? And you can say, like, "I picked this up because this is MSRP, yada, yada." Also, I love the whiskering on the front, or the fade, or the distressing, or, like, we wanna know You designed your show. You went out and found your inventory. And we want to know, why did you pick this up? And your love for the item will create bidding velocity. Like your you yeah, and Shannon, like your vintage and your modern are right on point. Like, they blend together beautifully. You have a style, you have a great curated eye, and if you just explain more about why you love it, not why they should love it, but why did you pick it up in the thrift store? Or another good one, you guys, is I will I used to strictly source everything from the bins, and sourcing from the bins, I had so many little micro stories I could tell by just telling them how I found it. So, like, there have been times where, like, I was tugging on an item with another woman from across the bin who wanted the same thing as me, and I just wasn't willing to let go of it. So, even if you source at the regular Goodwill, you can be like, oh my gosh, I went to the skirts section. I didn't find anything. And then I saw the little bottom peplum hem hanging down by the ground, and I was like, "That is a winner." I walked up and I straight up pulled this out, show him the item. So, like, that was a little mini micro story. It doesn't have to be like my grandmother in 1978, like, it doesn't have to be that. It can be something that is super, super easy to explain. And Mitchie, you could incorporate more storytelling. Granted, you are leveling up your show, so it is one thing at a time and understanding like how do I try things on, not have dead space when you're off camera, like you're thinking about a lot. So don't feel like you should have this in the bag. But honestly, Mitchie, you're in Launchpad and we're gonna cover all of this. Um, but, like, I wanna know where you source these things. You don't have to be specific, Mitchie, but you can be like, "I source this particular bundle of jewelry because this gorgeous item was in there. I didn't want anything else in the bundle. I just knew that this brooch was gonna be in there." You know what I mean? Like, we all have experiences with finding gold in the dirt. And people want to know, how did you find this gold? Why is it gold to you? So understanding that you, as the curator, as the person who is designing a show from beginning to end, they want to know, like, why did you pick this up? And in your love for the item, you can share that love. It's infectious. It creates bidding velocity. It creates momentum where you can take a pair of mother jeans and completely transform the value of them because of why you picked them up. Yes. Okay. 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 Well, but listen, Tanya, one, congratulations on committing and being like, I'm going to do this. And then realizing, okay, my nervous system wise is I'm not ready. Okay. So, and Tanya, I have in the bin, if you guys want, I can run a 30-minute call and community access. If you're already in the community, it would just be for the call, but I can run one if you guys want. And you guys can, I'll start it at $1. But if you guys need help, I'm offering 30 minutes to where we're talking about your business. We're not talking about me and what I do. Okay, Jennifer. Well, I'm so glad you're here. And let me go check out what you've got. Yeah, yeah, I know. Oh, well then, Tanya, you're in Launchpad. You're in Launchpad. You're gonna get all the coaching you need. We're gonna help you get there. Okay, Jennifer, I'm gonna check your shop, but I want to read Shannon's comment really quick. if we still did a set price on new a tag and we put the $1, $5, and $10 item in order on or shop, will that still be effective or just stay with the whole shop $1? Just stay with the whole shop. But also, Shannon, you don't have to do $1. I think anything below $5 is considered a low start. Okay, but honestly, the Shannon, we got to fix your mindset because it's your mindset that's tripping you up. You're not understanding that you're trying to get market data and you're trying to get repeat buyers, and you have to go buy your buyers. You do have to be like, oh, that one ran for $1 and it no one wanted it, or I ran for $1 and someone bought it. I know, Auntie. Your show was beautiful. And I'm so happy you're in foundations because we talk about studio, and we talk about, I think if you, Auntie, made you the focal point of your show to where all the stuff that was hanging on the racks behind you, if you moved that out of frame and you designed a 50 item show and loaded it, or you can do a random poll if you don't feel comfortable loading the shop. You can do a random poll and run your show in order. And I think you are your show, Auntie. I wanted to see you because you're fabulous. And you're like everyone's auntie. I want an auntie like you. Like, you just feel like you give the warmest hugs and you just love people, and it's beautiful. I'll stay at the $1. I'm fine with that. I wanted to get rid of inventory that is not what people are looking for too. Okay. Shannon, stick to it. Stick to the $1 start. Your hesitancy has your buyers hesitant. So if you commit and you go into your show committed, it will turn out well. You got this. You got this. And Shannon, you're an athlete. You know everything. You have to earn it. You're not going to go to the gym one time and get the results that you want. Like, it's the same thing with live sales. You got to start with a $1 barbell, and you're not trying to go up in start prices. You're trying to stay low in level so your audience, your market can tell you if your stuff is good or not. Is it best to have all your items out of view during your low start show? Vogue Vault, I think so. I feel like when the items are in view, even if you're doing a mystery pull, people will constantly, and I had this problem because I always had my rack in view when I ran, and Daisy Lane Auntie's shop is in foundations. She just purchased foundations. So I always had people being like, "What's that over there?" Or what's the can you run the green polka dot dress? And I always had to stop my show. I always had to tell them I'm running in order. It was highly disruptive. You can do it if you want, but make sure you've got those cues lined up to be like, I'm running in order. I used to use it as like my visual real estate to keep people in my show. But I think a mystery pull show in and of itself, without seeing the inventory, but you designed and curated and sequenced the show, is more enticing than seeing a kerbobbled rack that isn't in order. And like Cat's pajamas, Stephanie, she had racks upon racks upon racks in her show. And we told her to move it out of there because it was becoming too distracting for her buyers. And she was like, I feel like people were coming into the room and they were like, oh, she has tons of inventory. So I'm going to wait for that very specific item that I want to purchase. And she felt like it put her buyers in a state of like wanting to wait for the perfect item. because she was sorry, I had to put deodorant on. Thank God I had some in here. Because there were so many items in view, people weren't bidding them up. Yeah, yeah. They're paying attention. So I think, but Auntie, you're your show. You have great style. Your glasses are beautiful. I love when you leaned into the camera and you whispered that. You have you're the show, Auntie. You just happen to have beautiful items. But I think if you put 50 items in your shop or 50 items on your rack out of you and you show each one individually and you tell a story and you get better at your presentation, your show will pop off. Like I loved what you were wearing. That cute little patchwork blouse was gorgeous. Um I know I got so discouraged and that dang person Tro wanted me to try on sheer stuff. I realized what they were trying to do to me. Yeah, Shannon, you got to plug into our community. You eat like we just have Yova's Finds. Yova's Finds just posted the most vulnerable post you could post to where like I was like, one, this was so beautifully written. Two, she was like bearing her heart around how much inventory she has and how overwhelmed she felt and how she processed through it. Like, and Shannon, the more you plug in with the more the community will come to your shows. They're not going to come if they don't know who you are. But um Shannon, I used to go live from the bins and I received so many trolls. Like it was almost once a week that I was getting trolls. Thank you, Frida. Thank you. Um, that I was getting trolled in my show. People who were at the bins that I was at coming into my show, telling me my show was garbage, telling me what I was doing was wrong. And I knew that they were physically out there watching me do what and it happened like once twice a month and I was going live there multiple times a week and that hatred I could feel from everyone in line. Like no one was a big fan of MGV at my bins, but you kind of just have to be like, I'm gonna have tough skin. And Shannon, the moment you realize that, you remove them from your show and you take the authority back. You remove, you report, you block in the show because those types of people are going to come in. You're going to get trolls. There are people on the app that are just like they're just garbage and they just want to like trip people up. And here's the thing, Shannon, is you were doing something they weren't willing to do. Let me guess. They didn't have a screen name and they didn't have a profile picture. So you're actively doing something that irritates them because they're not willing to put themselves in the position that you're willing to put yourself in. You are doing the thing that irritates them and the thing that irritates them is you shining brightly and they want to distract you with sexual jokes and that's another thing. I've had trolls do asked me to take pictures of my feet, asked me to take my bra off. Like I've had creepers in my show who are just, I know you are. And honestly, isn't it just so like coincidental that someone like that would come in and make you feel that way, you know? But because it happened, Shannon, you now have a protocol and a process to follow. You don't even have to say anything to anyone in your chat. You hit you hit their profile on your iPad, your phone, whatever, you block and then you report. And the report is super simple. You just select sexual harassment and then send it to whatnot. You don't have to write anything, you don't have to do anything. So you could do all that in your show in like under 15 seconds but you remove them and you get them out of there. Oh, yeah. Mhm. But you did it. Yeah, right on the show. You click on, so you see their chat, you click on their profile picture, it will pull up this little black like screen and it will say block, remove from show. So first block them or remove them and then block them. And what that does, Shannon, is tells them like, see ya. We don't need you in here, you know? Steven had a troll come in like a few weeks ago who was like, your head is so shiny, we can't see anything. How did you get a wife? You know? There are just people who are jerks. Okay, so Jennifer, I'm gonna go look at your show. Hi, Monica. I love you. Okay, I'm gonna follow you. You have a show today at 3 p.m. Okay, okay. New to whatnot. I love it. Is your show loaded? Okay, are you planning on doing mystery polls? I would say and your beard and your musical skills. Okay, so I would 100% move your show, Jennifer, because just from what I can see, I'm just going to kindly tell you I don't think you're ready for your first show. But you should join foundations right here. We have a community of people who have not had their first show too, but you should plug into our community and learn the my husband and I are going to come out with a very specific detailed process on how to do your first show or just how to do a show in general. Hi, I love you so much. I was talking about you earlier because, yeah, you're so welcome. You can join by just purchasing this. You get 30 days access, but also stay with us today, Jennifer. We're going to be live all day and we're going to teach on um how you can best fulfill your first show and just like mindsets and skill sets that are super beneficial. Hi, Dr. Dawn. Welcome. For your first show. Jennifer, also put up multiple shows. Hi. So when people come to your first show, you can tell them to bookmark your upcoming shows. But Jennifer, if I were you, this is what I would do for my first show. I'm guessing you're selling clothes, or I could be wrong. Let me see. And you're in the right spot, girl. You came to the right spot. Okay, I love it. Okay, so what are you selling, Jennifer? I think you should get clear on what it is that you want to sell because I see that you like home decor. Yeah, let's be we gotta hone in and we gotta specify what category you're going to sell in. Because what happens is if you get too miscellaneous, you get too broad, your buyers, they can't. Okay, kitchen and dining. Yes, let's go. You can have a lot of fun with that too. You can load yeah, confusion kills conversion, Jennifer. So if you're going to do kitchen and dining, stick with that. And Jennifer, we have multiple women, Daisy Lane, Ever Home Vintage. They do vintage decor. Um, Daisy Lane, her name is Cher. She does more like antiques and decor. And then Ever Home Collective, her name is Edith. She's also in foundations and she sells vintage home decor. It's but I think if you went to their shows, you could start to understand their process, which is the LSP model. They run their show under how we do it in the community. And Edith had 185 people in her show. So you can crush it in kitchen and dining. Yeah, but like Jennifer, imagine you loaded your store and you took photos of your actual kitchen table with it decorated and you show the item like what it looks like on a table. Or I'm sure if you collect kitchen and dining, you've got a whole bunch of it because that stuff is so fun to collect. I have several people in my life who collect kitchenware and they can't stop buying it. It's like addicting. So, but I would just hang out with us, Jennifer, today. My husband's going to come in and coach, and he is my coach. So, for those of you who are new here, I am MGV, Making Grace Vintage. I have done 35,000 sales on this app, and I did it all through my husband's coaching. So right now we're trying to get our coaching group up off the ground, hence why he's using my channel to sell it. Like we're really trying to mm, get the two brands to come together, LSP and MGB. Um, and we're just trying to, yeah, we're trying to grow two businesses at one time, and we don't really know. We don't really know how to do that. So we're doing the best that we can. Hi, Lost Mermaid. I loved your AI photo. So good. So good. Oh, no, I love you. Okay. You did? Okay. We will. Don't be sorry. What do you mean? That's right. That's right. Um, yeah. My husband says we ain't trying, we're doing the dang thing. So I know, but like growing a business is so wonky and weird, and there's like no one to like look at who's doing what we're doing. So I'm sorry, I'm a little emotional about it. You're a little more, it's black and white, you know? It did. Let's go. Let's go. Hi, Wildflowers. How are you? Okay. So, babe, let me know when you are ready. Thank you, Jessica. I'm so glad. Happy Saturday, you guys. Mr. Beast keeps changing his show, and I'm like, what a MGV strategy. No, Sylvia, no clothing live today. We've been in full LSP building mode, and so MGV is it. I will be live next week. Okay, so Pretty Little Hanger, it is a community hosted on an app called Circle. Okay. It is a community hosted in an app called Circle. And if you purchase foundations, you get 30 days access to over 120 plus other live sellers who are adapting the LSP. If you guys don't know what LSP is, Live Seller Pro, that is our branding for our coaching. Live Seller Pro, my husband is right here. And that is his Whatnot account. We are currently trying to build LSP, and we're using MGV to build it, and then hopefully he will graduate to his account. But honestly, like doing it on MGV has been super successful, and I want people to understand that we are together. Um, so but Foundations is a community of 120 plus new or experienced live sellers, also people who have never done a show before. There is insane content in there for you guys. We have my husband just loaded a Foundations tracker, so you can take your email summary after you're done with your live and you just plug it into this spreadsheet. It's super easy. You don't have to be like an Excel expert. But as well as we're going to include a light journal. We're going to include a step-by-step process on how to do your first show, which I'm probably going to work on that today, Stephen, because that I think that would be super helpful and potent for people. So it would be like a worksheet or like a guide that you guys would follow to be able to do your first show. And it would be a guide that you would follow for all of your shows. What we're trying to do at LSP is we're trying to get you in the muscle memory of running your business. Yeah, Soy Michelle. So we would send you a Calendly link, and you would sign up with, if you want to do one with me or you want to do one with Steven. You would sign up through the Calendly link to get into the community. We would send you a QR code. You scan the QR code and you start your 30-day trial to get into the community. No credit card information is needed. You just simply create an account and you jump on in there. And you guys, we are getting like 3 to 6 posts in every category a day. So in Circle, it's called spaces, not categories. But there are different there's like announcements, wins and lessons. We're going to be putting a mod sign up, which I can do today as well, and we're going to do show announcements, meaning if you have a show coming up, you can post it in the community and we will show up and show out for you. I can't even tell you, I'm going to all of these people's shows who are in the community, and the whole community is there. I'm just like, this is crazy. Okay, wonderful. Did you buy one with me or with Stephen? I think it was with Stephen. Yeah, yesterday. Okay, hey babe, you should send her your Calendly link. Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, I would have sent it. Um, but Stephen, will you do that before you come up here? Will you send her your link and the QR code? I think I have one or two that I need to fulfill too. It was towards the end of the show and then I never fulfilled those. But I did everything else. I fulfilled all the other orders. I don't know where Steven is, but I'll make sure you get it. Yeah, girl, I'm so excited to have you. You've been coming around here for like over a month, it feels like. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. Um, I want to run a coaching call. I want to run a coaching call, and to get access to the community, I'm going to start it at $1. Um, and if it goes for $1, it goes for $1. And this is kind of proof of concept. So Stephen and I were trying to figure out, how do we I know. I'm so excited to have you. Yeah, totally. Our schedules are a little opposite because my husband does the Launchpad coaching calls in the evening. And my coaching calls are kind of set in the evening as well. But yeah, we could totally do one together. Also, we have show audits in the Buy It Now if you guys are interested. Yes. Okay. Okay. Laura, I'm so sorry. Oh. The reason why we couldn't send you a link is because Whatnot doesn't allow us to. So, we're gonna have to figure out a way. Or when you go to your son's, he'll be able to show you how to scan the QR code so you can get in. Yeah, I would just tell him that you need to scan this QR code on your phone. So, and he'll know how to send it from your device to his device. And then once you scan it, it's really easy. It's just going to prompt you to go through. Hi, Edith. How are you? You're so welcome. Hi, I was just talking about you. We have um a wonderful person in the chat who sells kitchen and dining. And I just thought of you because you sell home decor or vintage. Hi, Kathy, how are you? Stephen is going to come up shortly, but I want to run a coaching call, and this is to benefit you guys, okay? It's a 30-minute strategy session. So we're going to talk about your business, your struggles, and then we're going to put in an action plan for you guys to move forward. If you are already a part of the community, you will only get obviously the phone call. But if you're not a part of the community and you win this, you get into the community and a 30-minute coaching call. I will send you a QR code that you have to send to another device. This is the only way that we can do it without sending a link, because Whatnot prohibits it. So yeah, let's run it. We're gonna run it as an auction. We're gonna do it for $1, and you guys can get a $60 value for whatever you bid on it. All right. And she's a running. She's a running. Yes. I'm so grateful too. So, and we can cover anything. We can cover sourcing, we can cover thrifting, we can cover sequencing, we can cover like AI photos, how do I load my shop? We can cover pretty much anything. I love you, Natasha. And it can be all the things, which is like so fun for me because I feel like I'm becoming a better coach. I love you, Nat. You gonna get it? You got it. I love you so much. Yeah. I love you. Oh,
Oh, it is toasty in here.
I know. We should open the window. Sorry. You guys, my beautiful husband is here. He's here to teach you all. Okay, let me pin the foundations. Also, if you guys just want to get into the community, you can just purchase the foundations. You don't have to purchase a phone call and foundations. But it's totally up to you guys. Ivy Rock Designs, welcome in. Welcome, you guys. Welcome, welcome. So let me just tell you guys kind of like what this show is if you are new here. How many of you, this is your first time coming to Master Live Sales? My husband coaches and I coach on this show. Just drop an emoji in the chat if you are brand spanking new. Or if you have seen us before, how many times have you guys been here? And Natasha, I am freaking stoked. You were like, hey, you're going to sell that this weekend, right? And then you come in and you win. I freaking love it. I love it so much. Okay, I'm going to raise this up. Steve will most likely erase his whiteboard, so get a screenshot while you can. I'm just kidding. I don't even know what's up there. It's your second show, Auntie. You are in the correct place. You are going to crush it. If you adapt what my husband teaches today into your show, you're going to blow up. You know, Auntie, have you been to Miss Gigi's closet? I know, I love it. And I'm so grateful you're back. And thank you for messaging us. I'm so glad we could get you in there. Okay, I'm going to put her in the chat. I think you would love her. I think you would love her style. And she is a part of Foundations. But I just feel like you guys have that same warm, loving energy. She's from New York and she's like sassy. She's just great. She's great. I'm going to tag her. You've been to her show, Kathy. Is she just not like the best? She's super thorough. She's got a ton of inventory. And there you go. You should follow her, Auntie, because she's incredible. Okay. Yes, I'm so glad. You're just gonna me too, Tanya. Like, I just you guys follow Aunties. Auntie, she is just like a ray of sunshine. She was selling brand new tag. Hi, baby. You want to say hi? Whoop. Thought that was my coffee. Sorry.
Got a bunch of makeup. So I put it up, but and I locked the door.
Say hi. This is JJ. This is sweet precious boy. He is 3 years old. Yeah. Say hi.
Oh, Bobby.
Yeah, you smudge my lipstick. Yeah. It's kind of weird having kids because I don't know what my father's family looks like. And so he doesn't look anything like Steven's family. So it's kind of weird having kids and not knowing what they look like, or like not knowing who they look like. Say bye. Yeah. Well, Dad's got a coach.
No.
Hi, y'all.
Yes.
If you happen to make some food, I'd eat it.
Okay.
Just throwing that out there. If you do noodles, do lots of eggs. I need some protein. I love you.
Bring you some eggs.
Yeah, I would be way down with that.
Okay.
However, what's up, y'all? How y'all doing?
I love you all.
She loves you all.
Natasha, I'm so excited.
You're hungry too? What's for hey, Edith, were you able to figure out your spreadsheet? Did you fix it? If not, I can fix it. I can help you. Okay. Yeah. Sweet. Y'all, this room is hot. I am so sorry that half the nation is covered in snow. And It's like 60 degrees outside. I don't even know what's going on, y'all. What is up, everybody? Happy Saturday. How's everyone doing? What are y'all doing? Oh, sweet. Okay. Okay, I love it. How am I gonna get it, Sarah? Auntie, that's so awesome. I'm in Salt Lake City, Utah, Laura. And like straight up, you want to see? This is what it looks like outside right now. Do you see this? It is warm. Okay, cool. Yeah. So on our license plates, it says the greatest snow on earth. We don't even have snow. False advertising. So, oh, sweet. Originally from New York. Hey, I'm so glad to hear that your show went well. I also love that you called it a lecture. What can you tell me what happened? What did you get out of it? What'd you get out of it? And y'all, if you're brand new here, my name's Steven. Feel free to put whatever into, if you have any questions or challenges or any of that. What's up, Jen? Good to see you. Let me know because I want to help you in your businesses. Okay. Let me know where you're at in your process. Or have you done shows yet? What are you running into getting house chores? Saturday is like the day for that. Let's go. Welcome in. This is gonna be fun. We might need to add a few more of those. Oh, sweet. You started yours at 5. Your last item sold for 40. Okay, sweet. All right. Auntie, you're in the community. When my wife sends over the QR code, go in there, log in. You're going to see a dashboard. Okay. That dashboard, go enter in from your show summary that you get from your email. Go enter that stuff in. All right. Go follow there's a post in there. All right. I just released it today to the community and it's really helpful. So for any of you that are running your business, okay, and you're not sure how things are going, sometimes it feels really weird. And we're going purely off of if you don't know your numbers, man, thoughts, feelings, and our emotions will take your business in wild directions. Okay. We have to know our data. And just because you get a show summary or you go into seller analytics doesn't mean that you're getting all the information that you could, because they're giving you like the facts, but we need to be able to extract the facts and be able to put it into a dashboard or some way of knowing your scoreboard for your business. Because if you don't know how you win the game or what the game is, right, and you can't see your own scoreboard, how are you going to know if you're winning or not? Just how I feel. Nope. Nope. Because what will happen is you're going to get done with the show. You're going to be tired, sweaty, out of breath. I don't know if that's how your shows go. Just with a towel, stripping your head, right? Just dabbing your head because you're overwhelmed, right? And then you're like, oh, nothing went based off of how I feel. Nothing's going well in my business. No, that's not true. We had a conversation yesterday with a wonderful seller, Lulu Live. You should go follow her. She came in and we went through her numbers. And so we plugged it in. And I'm like, this is where you're at. You're winning right now. But she felt like she was losing because if you don't know your numbers, if you can't see it, how do you know if things are going well? It's going to automatically default to how you feel and what you think. And that is your feelings and your thoughts. They can lie to you. Okay. Like you could be like needing a nap and dehydrated and making business decisions. And that's just not going to work. Okay. And I'm happy to go through that. If any of you are like, I want to see my numbers. I want to understand the scoreboard. If any of you guys want to do that and you've done a show, I will happily plug your numbers in and let's take a look at this. Let's see what it looks like. It's a little bit wonky to do, but we'll figure it out. All right. So let me know. Do you know how you win in this game? Do you guys know the live selling game? If you don't, you're going to default to margin. Like the reselling mindset. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Naturally chaotic. We're friends now, but I don't. Have we met before? I'm going to follow you. So I wasn't following you. Thanks for raiding. I appreciate that. We're just talking about knowing your numbers and the importance of knowing your business so that you know the scoreboard for your business. If you don't know the scoreboard, how do you know if you're winning? Right? It would be like playing a game. Number one, not even knowing how you win the game. Number two is basing it off of how you feel. Like fourth quarter, tired, like, you know, you don't know what's going on. You've been running up and down. Let's say it's basketball, right? But you don't know how the scoreboard even works, right? You don't have the score and you haven't been keeping score. And you're basing off of whether or not you won the game based off of how you feel, which at that time you're like, I'm tired, I'm sweaty, I've been competing for the last 4 quarters, and then being like, I think I lost. Why? Because I feel tired and sweaty. What? That's not how games work. That's not how games work. Yeah, you got to know your score. Okay. Do you guys know the score that we're going after? What's the score? How do we judge where our business is going? Let's get our whiteboard going here. Most people default, whether you're a reseller or not, meaning you've sold on eBay, Poshmark, Mercari, Depop, Etsy, Facebook Marketplace. Most people will default to margin or like how much they think that they're making. And honestly, most people don't even know how much they're making anyway. Right? So here's what we're doing in our business, okay? If you are a reseller and you try live selling and you don't adopt the live selling scoreboard, you're going to be losing, okay? You're going to lose. Why? Because automatically the default is margin. Automatically, okay? If you resell, the reseller scoreboard, was that my, hold on one second. Thank you. Okay, thank you. The reseller scoreboard is margin and volume. That's how they judge their business. Which makes sense, right? Margin. What is margin? I bought it for $5. I sold it for $10. My margin is $5. The difference between what I bought it for and what I sold it for. Okay. I mean, that's not the exact definition, but pretty dang close. All right. If you don't know your scoreboard as a live seller, this is going to be what you'll default to. And this is not the scoreboard of live selling. This is a scoreboard of reselling. And reselling and live selling are not the same thing. So what's the live seller scoreboard? We're looking for super fans. I'll tell you what a super fan is here in a moment, because they give us this wonderful thing called customer lifetime value. And we get data. The data is more valuable than any of your items. What's the data? The data is understanding what's selling, what's not selling, how to sell better, right? What's getting bid up, what's not getting bid up. What's up, Amy? Good to see you. This is what we're looking for, okay? Because this is actually what makes us better. This, in live selling, this is what we're doing. So you could have, let me give you a real life example. A reseller might be running something for $5, but focus on margin and volume. Maybe they're doing $5 starts. And they're like, okay, next one up. Here's this medium camellia dress. It's embroidered, good condition. Here you go, running now $5. Bought it for $8 and it's sold for $5. Margin. Uh-oh, I'm losing. So the reseller believes that they're losing. The live seller is like, no, I'm here to get super fans because that leads to customer lifetime value and data. Running now for $5. Let's go. All right. They're going to present better than that because they're a pro. And it sells for $5, even though they picked it up for $8. They're like, wonderful. First purchase. Hey, go bookmark my other shows. If you like this, I've got other stuff. Thank you so much for being here. You're going to love this. Right? Same circumstance, different scoreboard. We just got data. And we got a potential super fan, somebody who's going to come back and spend money with us again and again and again, because our focus is on customer lifetime value. Okay. Starbucks customer lifetime value is between $14,000 to $25,000. And you can't buy a Frappuccino for $1,000. I mean, I'm sure they wouldn't mind if you did, but that's a lot of different transactions. This is a relationship that a buyer has with Starbucks that leads to this being the average, y'all, the average. Okay. So we have to understand this, because if your customer lifetime value is $100 or even $1,000, our top 10 buyers have all spent over $1,000 with us. Okay. Our top buyer has spent over $4,000. The reason I'm telling you that is not in any way of bragging, but to say, hey, you don't know who's buying from you. You don't know that somebody just purchased from you for the first time. You're showing a dress, your expectation is margin, and you say, selling now, starting at $5. Oh, went for $8. Shoot. Okay. All right. Next up, let's run more. And you think you lost, but you just got a potential super fan who's going to spend over $4,000 with you. The thing is, you don't know who that is. So then you should just approach every single buyer that just purchased from you, who made a first time purchase or bought another one from you, as a celebration, because we make sales in order to get customers. All right. We make sales to get customers. We make sales to get customers. We're not trying to get customers so that we can make sales. Right. The sales we want to buy up as many buyers as possible. We want to get as many super fans as possible. Okay. You guys with me on that? Was that a revelation to any of y'all? Anyone in here who's new? This might be full on like choir in here right now. I don't even know. Everyone's like, hallelujah, right? They're like, we already know this. We already know it. Just dancing and singing. Yes. Hallelujah. Do I have the choir in here right now? Everyone's like, yeah, we know this. If I got the choir, I'm not trying to preach to the choir here. We can talk about some other stuff. We can talk about some choir stuff if we need to. Totally fine. Once you understand this, it unlocks this right here, right? The choir is in awe. Some of y'all already know. You're like, 2-target strategy. We got this. Customer lifetime value. He just hasn't talked about customer acquisition costs yet, right? Once this changes in your mind, once you fully grasp this, not like you're faking it, but full on, you will show true excitement when you get a buyer, which will lead to a higher possibility that they're going to come back and buy from you again. Because we could be buying buyers, but not doing it here or here. And we're actually disappointed, and it shows on our face, and our energy goes down because we think that we're losing money, even though we're not even looking at our numbers. So we don't actually even know. And that can create a situation where you're like, I've been doing this thing and it's not working. It's like, are you actually celebrating? No, I want to make margin. But when do I get to margin? When you buy enough buyers who are now bidding against each other. And you have the data to know what's selling, what isn't selling. So for you, Auntie, that jacket that went for 40, you started at 5 and went to 40. For me, that's one of the things that we're going to look at as data. Why did that jacket go for $40? Okay. And we're going to assume we know nothing. We're going to assume that we know nothing every time. I think too many people get so caught up and be like, no, I know this item's good. How do you know that? Well, I sold it before, and back in like 2023, I sold like 8 of these things, and they were like, that's old. You have to imagine all the data that's coming in. It has to be fresh data. I can't be running off of data from like 2019. I can't go look at our eBay listing, eBay listings from 2018, right? Client saw it on my rack and asked for it. Sweet. And then you had some other people bidding on it. Is that what happened? No, they just bought it outright. They just bought it outright. Okay, gotcha. So they requested it. Did you have it in your shop? How did they know? How did that happen? All right. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm gonna eat some food. All right. because we're going to be going for a long time today. I was about to shut down. They saw it hanging. Sorry, I got to eat, y'all. Okay. Let's talk about this. Okay. Cool. What's going to happen, Auntie? First of all, I'm happy that you sold that for 40 bucks. That's awesome. For the other items that you sold in your show, you're going to go back through and look at your data now and see, did you have items that so you start everything at 5. Did you have items that were getting bid up? Which I'll move my camera. I love it. I love it. Okay, cool. You're going to go through and you're going to look at all those items that sold for that got multiple bids on them. Okay. Over time, what we're looking to do, okay, is we're looking to use our data to figure out how we can present better and how we can get better products that over time will raise up what we call RPI, or revenue per item. Okay. We want to raise up our revenue per item. We're not in the game of doing volume. Okay. If you play the volume margin game, yeah, absolutely go for it. But just because my wife can buy something for $2 and sell it for $5 and make a profit does not mean that she will actually purchase that. In fact, she won't purchase it. If she believes that the perceived market value is going to be around 5, even if she's so confident in that and she can make a profit, she won't, because we're not in the margin game. We're not in the margin game. Our goal is to use our data to drive up our revenue per item. Okay. The tracker, for those of you in foundations that I released today, will give you that information. So month over month, you can go through and look, is my RPI going up, and am I getting return buyers? Okay. Oh, I love it. Yeah. People coming back again and again, right? Them super fans. This is the super fan sequence. Auntie, have you had a chance to see this? You might have. I think you were towards the end of my show yesterday, so I was talking about this. Tracker is not available. Has anyone else gone in? The tracker. Yes, I screenshot yesterday. Okay, cool. Let me show you. I'm going to take you into the circle space so you can see what I'm talking about, making sure we're in the same spot. This is my wife. So, all right. So I announced it in the dashboard. You go to spaces if you are part of foundations. Okay. Let me get this up so you can see it. Okay. Foundations. Okay. That foundations, as you can see, you go to, where are you? It's going to look like this. It says foundations dashboard right here. Foundations dashboard. Sorry, this is super awkward. Here, I can do it better than that. It's really important for me that you guys see this, that if you are part of foundations, if you are in our community, that you can see exactly where to go for this. Yours isn't going to look the same as ours because this has access to everything, right? Well, let me show you what this looks like so you can see what this looks like. All right. Now yours might be, maybe you're in dark mode, light mode, whatever it is. You're going to go to this one right here. It says Foundations Dashboard. Can you all see that? You can zoom in if you want. I'll bring you in. See where it says Foundations Dashboard? That's where you're going to go. Okay. When you click it, it's going to have one post in there. Okay. This is how to use it and where the tracker is. You'll click on that. Oop. Link does not exist. I got to fix that right now. That's going to bother me. I won't even be able to keep talking if I don't get that fixed right now. Okay. Thanks, Style Plus. Thank you for letting me know that. Baby, can you bring me, do you want to cover for me for just one moment? I'm going to fix that right now, y'all, because this is how important it is. We got to stop everything. So Jen's going to come up and hang out with y'all for a second. I'm going to go get that fixed right now, okay? Sound good? So I know that I say sound good all the time. Sounds good? Because JJ says it all the time. And he uses it as a way to try to close me on stuff. being
I'm
like,
gonna show you this to show you guys this.
is that what I said?
Yeah. Smells like
Thanks, Coach.
clean laundry in here.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah. Hi
It's
guys.
almost like
I'm back. I'm back. I was doing the dishes. But he's like, I can't even do it. I can't do this right now. But I am so happy you guys are here, and I am kind of bummed that I don't have a fancy find show. I'm not gonna be able to do anything with the whiteboard, so we're just gonna chit chat. All right. Also, Mr. Beast has 3.2K people in his show, which is just like wild. I don't think I've seen people with over like 1K ever on the app. So this is exciting. New things are happening, and understanding that the live selling game is going to blow up. Like most people, if you were like, have you ever heard of Whatnot? They're like, what? But I think it's gonna get to the point, you guys, where if you don't have Whatnot on your phone, yes. Is that you, Abe? Because Steven knows. Baldy Hendricks, welcome in, welcome. But you guys, I just want to like speak on the opportunity that we have to become pro live sellers. Like this app and this app and Whatnot is creating is exceptional. And for us to be a part of it, this is like generational wealth. It is changing the game of, I believe, resellers are obsolete. That the reseller game has peaked. There is no fancy schmancy improvement that's going to come along and improve reselling. It is cross listing and listing and listing and listing. Okay. Yeah. You're talking about the call? Like you want to do a call so I can help you with shipping? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, of course. Do you want me to add it to the bin? You can just, it's $30 for a call. I have one that I can just add if you just want the call. Style, you're in the community, yeah? I'm certain you are. Okay. Yeah, let me just put it in there. Hi, Thrifty ATX girl. You are live all the time, and I love it. Like, that's freaking awesome. I feel like every time I open the app, you're live. If you guys aren't following Thrifty ATX girl, go check her out. She had like 25 people in her show. Okay, I have added the call. If you want, I would love to talk to you about shipping. Here, I pinned it for you if you want to purchase it. I have a lot of insight on shipping. I have a really deep history and background with USPS. And yeah, I used to run 2 mail centers. I was a manager of a mail center. Thank you, darling. Okay, so I will message you later this evening a link to my Calendly, and then you just put what works for you, and then we'll have a call. It works best for me in the evenings, so hopefully that's not going to be an issue. I tried to do it after like work hours, even East Coast, so that you have time to like get home and eat and do all the things. Yeah. I'm actually going to add Steven's 30-minute call too, just so people don't get if people are in the community and they do want to purchase it, that way they can do that. So let me add Stevens too, if any of you want. And it's also a strategies session. So if we like finish up with shipping, we can go into other things. Did you fix
I
it?
think so.
Okay. I
Maybe
love
we
you
can
guys.
have anyone in the community go check
Yeah, will you guys go check the link for the
tracker,
tracker?
the dashboard, Foundation's dashboard.
Mm-hmm. Is that good?
Yeah.
Okay. I put fresh lemon on it. Yeah. Bougie.
I know. I feel fancier. I know. Dude's gonna.
Oh, he's gonna Don't you dare. Give me this. You're fine. Thank you.
Dashboard's up. Does it work? Now I want to go back to it. Was she showing you guys the journal? Okay, cool. Cool. I don't know why it wasn't working, but thank you, Style Plus, for letting me know. Okay, cool. Okay, go in there. If you guys have any questions on how to do that, let's do that live. Okay. I'm happy to show you. I want to make sure that it works for you, because once you see your numbers and you understand what's happening in your business, then we're not going to come out of shows being like everything's the worst and being like, well, what are your numbers? Huh? Today I tried on lots my items and it did boost the sale on those items. I need to lose some weight to do more. Yeah. It's the Jenn, it's one of those things that am I in this yet? Yeah, did you get a link from us already? Here, I'll go. Jenn's filming the same thing right now. Right. But Julie, that's awesome that you try that on. It increases the perceived market value of the items by being able to do it, because it allows people to try it on for themselves, because everything looks different on a hanger, you know? So if are you going to continue to do that? So my wife will specifically pick up items knowing that it's going to be something that is going to work for her and her body type. So but I think it's a powerful way to be able to do it. One of the things that Jenn and I have been talking about, um, yeah, that's going to happen a lot, Julie. That's going to happen a lot. Oh, it's right here, baby. Have your phone. Hold on 1 second, y'all. You should have asked where the thing was. I would have told you. All right, I'm back. I'm back. All right. That's awesome. Like, you should keep that, and then buys it from you. That's awesome. Okay. Yo. When we talk about business, right? When we talk about business, we have to understand the different components of business, and and we need to have a way of tracking if those components are working or not. Okay. So important. So important. That's why I was like, I got to pause for a moment and go make sure that that tracker works for y'all. Okay. Because it's like playing a game without having a scoreboard. And if you're playing a game like that, man, we, it, we don't know. We don't know if we're winning. We don't know if we're losing. We just don't know. And so we have to know our numbers. That's why it's so important for the tracker. Now, that tracker, that dashboard is a dashboard. Okay. What do I mean by that? The dashboard doesn't, the scoreboard, the scoreboard up on the wall, if you're playing, say you're playing basketball or something, the scoreboard just lets you know what's happening in the game, right? If you're winning or you're losing, it does not fix your game. Okay. Make sense? Scoreboard has nothing to do with how well you play, right? It's just a reflection of how well you're playing. So, what do we need to be focused on? We don't use the dashboard or the scoreboard as like, oh, this is because I mean, honestly, you can make up the numbers. You can make that scoreboard look however you like. All right. We're using it as a way to improve what we're doing in the game. Okay. So, what are the skills? Sourcing, staging, show, shipping, and then the story, which is the scoreboard meeting how do you refine and get better at each one of those things. Okay. Constantly improving each one of those aspects. Okay. So, for those of you that are part of Foundations, it's the 5S cycle. Okay. That's what we're focused on improving. And all of those things are within your control. All of those things are entirely within your control. All right. Before I go through this, how many of you, this is your first time here to Master Live Sales? This is your first time seeing my bald head. How many of this is your first time here? Just let me know real quick. Before I erase this, I want to show you something. Okay. Let me know though. Otherwise, I'm just going to assume that I'm preaching to the choir right now, and everyone already knows this. But I want to make sure that everyone in here understands this before I move on to the next section. Okay. So if you're just barely coming in, if you've never seen me before, hey, just let me know real quick so I can catch you up to speed. Okay. I'm gonna do it. In our other studio, I had everything written out. So I could just like point to it. Now we're working off of a whiteboard, which is totally fine. I don't mind. Okay, we need to understand this. All right. This is your business. This is, if you are live selling, you are doing these things, whether you say it or not, it doesn't matter if you know about it, it's still in your business. Okay. Why is that important to know? Because if you don't know the different components of your business, you're going to, number one, you're going to default to the reselling mindset, which is entirely focused on margin and just getting product and thinking that's going to do it alone, which it's not. But what you'll end up doing is you're going to end up focusing heavily on what you enjoy most about your business. Okay. Thanks, dude. Okay. Thanks. Thanks. Okay. These are the components of your business. We can't skip this. All right. Here's the golden rule. You need to complete this. You need to complete the cycle. You must complete the cycle. Before beginning a new one. Why? Because if you don't, how are you learning? How are you getting better? Thanks, homie. Appreciate it. How do you know if you're getting better or not? Right? There's no possible way that you can keep doing the same thing. What a lot of people end up doing is they are like, well, I've been selling on Whatnot for 3 months. I've been selling on Whatnot for 18 months. I'm like, great, what are you focusing on in your business? But if you don't actively look at what you're doing in your business, how do you know that things are getting better? For the most part, what will happen is you'll end up just doing the same things again and again. And the things that are actually going to make the biggest difference in your business, you won't do because you don't have a framework to understand how to improve your business. So you'll do the things that feel like things are moving. Okay. So you'll focus on like essentially making yourself feel good. Okay. Let me just tell you what that is, what that looks like. It would look like changing your logo, moving your show time, maybe switching something out, you'll just do something different in your business. But it doesn't necessarily, if we don't focus on the actual components of our business, we'll just switch stuff up, or we'll do things like, well, I'll just buy a bunch of sponsor the chats, meaning like, you guys know what I'm talking about? I mean, it would be awesome for me just to sell these things, but I can't because I don't think it's going to do anything for your business like you think it's going to. Meaning, if you buy something and then somebody, a bigger seller who has a couple hundred people in the room, shouts you out, and then you go look and you're like, oh, I got more bookmarks and I got more followers. So how does that translate into getting more super fans? How does that translate? How do you know that those people are actually like going to follow you because of who you are and what you're doing in your business? Maybe they don't care about, maybe you're selling women's vintage, right? And you just went and paid for sponsoring for somebody to be like, hey, go follow and bookmark. What is the likelihood? What is the likelihood that all of those people, right? Great sign of a super fan that I have to share. Let's go. Please share it. It doesn't translate for what you're looking to do in your business, but you pay 20 bucks, 30, however much. I know that some of these are kind of pricey. And then you get the instant gratification of seeing that your followers and that your bookmarks went up and you go, oh, I'm doing stuff in my business. And yet none of it falls into the actual components of your business. When you are sick, have to cancel a show, they message you to see if you're okay, 100%. Because they're like, oh, I'm sorry that you're sick, but I'm also sorry that you didn't go live. I had the flu and 3 people messaged me. Yeah, because they're expecting you to go live. When you didn't go live, they're like, oh no, I'm sorry you're sick. you're coming back, right? We're just want to make sure like we're still good because this is part of my life now. Box Creek Hollow, you sorry you're sick, but you also ruined my day because I was really expecting for your show to happen. That's awesome. Okay, so we want to understand the components of our business so we can work on these. Okay, because in no part of this, when I talk about it, like I would, like if you go in, I'm not throwing any shade for anyone who's selling it or for anyone who's purchasing, like sponsors. I don't know what they're called. What are they called? Where like somebody, you pay them money and then they'll shout you out and go get you follows and bookmarks. What is that called? Is it called a sponsor? I think it's called sponsor, right? And so bless the chat. So that's another one, bless the chat, right? The thing is, though, like we can feel like because we got more followers and bookmarks to our show, we can feel like things are moving forward. But how do you track that? How do you know a sponsorship? Yeah. How do you know that it's working? How do you know? And what is the likelihood that all, however many, say like 100 people bookmark your show? That's incredible, right? How do you know that those 100 people, like out of those people, how many of them are actually like, yeah, I'm really interested in this? It's pretty unlikely. It's pretty unlikely that 100% of them are. Probably a small percentage of them, right? Because there's so many different categories here on Whatnot. I'm not looking for super fans for like all the super fans for everybody. We're looking for people who are super fans of what it is that we do, right? Make sense? I think Bless the Chat gives someone a gift from the person trying to promo. I think Bless the Chat gives someone a gift from the person trying to promo. Yeah. And here's the thing, y'all. If you really want to do that, you know what you should do? You should go find other sellers who sell the same items of you and have the same type of vibe, right? And then go be active in their chat. And like if you buy something from Jen and she knows who you are, like her sponsorships, which are free, by the way, her sponsorships are way more powerful, especially if you're selling the same type of stuff. Because not only is she going to give you a shout out because she knows you and cares about you, but in addition to that, it's most likely if you're purchasing stuff from her, most likely you're selling similar things to her. And she will, that's your audience. So if you had 100 bookmarks from doing a sponsor of the chat and somebody who doesn't even sell your stuff and their audience is all over the place, they sell everything from like collectible toys to Pokemon cards to coins and bullion to all this, right? And you get 100 bookmarks from that. I promise you 20 solid bookmarks from Jen show, which is specified to like women's clothing, is going to be far more powerful. So it'd be in your best interest to go find more of that if you're going to set that up. And what's even better than that is be part of a community of people who are there to support you and are familiar with what you're doing, right? That's going to be far more valuable. Okay. That's just my little rant on that. I think I'd rather have the sponsorship. Yeah, it depends on how the host has it set up too, right? So, but I'm like, again, no shade. And if you do it and it helps, awesome. I'm curious. I'm just looking at this from a perspective of what is the, how directly can you associate spending that $20? I think it would be better for you to spend $20 in promoting your show during that hour because you can directly correlate how that's working for you. Because I mean, you could go into a few different shows and do that, right? And spend $100. I would rather have you spend $100 in one show in promotion and get direct trackable data to let you know if things are working. But even more than that, you ready? Ready for this? Those things don't make a difference if you're not focusing on getting this better every single rotation, every single cycle. If you get this better and better, right? I just like someone more experienced to watch a show and give honest feedback, like help me be better. Yeah. Cool. Heartstrings, what is it that you sell? Decor, vintage decor. Holy smokes. You should go follow. You should go follow Daisy Lane. If anyone's in here, will you guys just tag Daisy Lane and Everhome Collections? They're part of our community, so we're very biased towards them. But they're phenomenal, and they're doing this, so it'll give you a good idea of what it. They sell vintage decor. Okay, they sell things. So there's Daisy Lane. Go follow her. There she is, right there. Heartstrings. Go follow Daisy Lane. Go pay attention. What I do need to warn you though. Okay, I do. Oh, you do? Fantastic, fantastic. Um, Heartstrings. I think you should join our community. So that foundations community, the 30-day access, share is in there right now. Share your what you you're on point with the direction. So share is very active in the community, right? We also have a show audit in the bin if you want that before you join the community. We're happy to do that as well. Yeah, fantastic. So Dirt Road Diva Boutique. And follow Everhome if you also and see what it is that they're doing and how they're doing that. So we have a method for how we do it, right? So I have a show at 6:30, but I'll check another time. Oh, okay, cool. But go check. Everhome does a show every Friday. You're already following Daisy Lane, okay? But pay attention to what it is that they're doing, okay? And if you're looking for that level, if you're looking for that level of support and you want that type of feedback, I highly recommend. Oh, cool. So both of them are in the foundations community and on our Launchpad coaching group. But you should join the community, and you can go in there and post and chat. And our community is really good about giving feedback. Like Sequins in the Zoo went in there, and she was like, "This is what I'm looking to do." And 3 people responded and gave her feedback, and I was like, well, she's such a Mitch and the Lux Edit, right? So gave phenomenal feedback, right? The platform it's hosted on Circles or Circle. Circle, and it's a private community. Right now there's like 120 people in there, and including my wife and I who manage the community, and it is growing. We'll continue to grow. We have some new members that joined us today. It'll continue to grow. Thanks, Ollie. I appreciate that. Um, and it's not just the community itself. It is also a library. There's a chat. You can go in there and chat, but it also includes the dashboard that I've been talking about today, so that you know if you're winning or not winning. Highly recommend that. And if if you're barely getting started with this, what I would do if we were to start over and we had access to a community like this, right? Is what I do is I would plug into that and be active in that community and get prepared to do it. So we'll have, for example, if you guys are familiar with My Fair Closet, she just did her first show, and she had, I don't know, 60 plus people in there at one point. I know when I jumped in, she had like 55 people. I think at one point she had 62 people for her first show. Why? Because she was doing the prep that it takes in order to launch a business. So she did her first show. Who saw My Fair Closet's first show? Anyone in here? Yeah, she was prepped. She invested first into what is it going to take for me to grow my business. She invested into the community, and she was in there active. And when I say invested, I don't mean like the dollar amount. What I'm saying is she was investing into building the relationships, right? And then she launched her show, which everyone knew about because she'd been building it up for a while. Same thing. Spicy Nona. Spicy Nona is probably going to, same thing. There's going to be 100 people in her first show, right? But she's also been doing the work, and she has the strategy, and she understands this. Same thing. Kaylin understands this from My Fair Closets, right? So that's the level. That's what we want to do, is get you started off on the right foot. If you haven't started, like, it's $1 a day in order to get access to 120 people, right? Who are already doing the dang thing. A lot of them are already doing the thing, right? So Everhome, she's had, I don't know, she just had her best show on Friday, as far as like revenue per item goes, right? So that's what I would do. Invest into that, post in there, get into the chat, talk to people, figure out if you're running into stuff. You're not alone in this. You're not alone. Go in there, watch what happens. Go make a post and see. Like right now, like I will watch somebody like just go post their intro thing, and there's like 6 likes and 4 or 5 comments like within like 12 hours, which may not seem like a lot right now, but it's growing. It's growing right now. Okay, so get in early, invest into that, and just see, just see. Go do take take the next 30 days and no. So share, how many shows do you do per week? Everhome's doing one per week. We do for Making Grace Vintage when we're not in like full on live seller pro mode as we're like building this up right now. My wife does one per week. We are gonna add on another one, but we're doing one. Or there are people that do multiple shows per week, which is totally absolutely fine. We've done upwards of like 4 to 5 shows per week. Um, but one of the things I would recommend is if people are doing a lot of shows and they're not getting traction. Oh yeah, Natasha's doing a show every other week right now. Ooh, the leaderboard. I gotta watch out because somebody's gonna. I should be number one on on the leaderboard, but I could lose my leaderboard. I could lose my leading position. Those are people that are active in there. I'm like, I put up the most posts. I do 3 to 4 on Saturday and Sundays, adding more days soon. Starting back with 1, we'll get back to 2 within 4 weeks, plus my seller. And that's another thing as well. Go follow Daisy Lane. Go watch, share for her seller chats. Just phenomenal. She has a process. She knows what she's doing. She knows her business. She knows it. You want to pay attention to people who, if you came in and you're like, hey, where's your numbers? Like, obviously, no one's required to share their numbers, but just pay attention to the results and see if they know their business. See if they know their numbers, because that's really important, right? We're going to go heavily on that within Launchpad 3.0. We're going to do it. That's why Launchpad 2.0, which we're finishing up this week, which is our coaching program. It's a 4-week coaching program. We released our Launchpad journal, and we released our tracker, a dashboard that's it's a more advanced dashboard than the one that's in Foundations. But if you are in Foundations, use that dashboard. Use it, because if you decide to continue with us in coaching, it's the same thing that we add on. But I'm not going to put out this advanced tracker because no one will use it because it's too much. And we need to focus on getting the basics down before we have like an advanced scoreboard. There's no reason for us to have all the dials and everything, and understanding what state all your revenue is coming from, and all those things. You just need to know your revenue per item, your return buyer rate, right? Those are like the 2 main things, and your revenue per buyer. And so that dashboard that you have will give you that information. For those of you in Foundations, please, 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 you cannot break my dashboard. It's not possible. Okay, because number 1, you can't edit it. Number 2 is you have to make a copy for yourself. So go in there and plug in your show summaries. Okay, does anyone want to see that? Will that be helpful for y'all? Let me know if there's anyone in here who, like, if you're new here and you're running shows, do you want to see that? Okay. We'll see about that. When I say you can't break it, I don't mean that you can't break the high score. That's not what I'm talking about, Cher. The only thing that you're going to break on my dashboards is that your revenue is breaking records for your own stuff. That's the only thing that's going to be breaking, is you're breaking records. But you can't break the dashboard, because if you mess up, you can just go make another copy of it, right? Okay. Y'all, it is like 60 degrees outside. I'm not even joking. I open up the window to cool this room down. We live in Salt Lake City, Utah. My boy is out there with no jacket on right now. And that's not because of parenting. That is because it is unreasonable for him to be wearing a jacket right now. He's on cloud 9. Okay. Hey, Cher, if you do, I know, and I'm not trying to rub it in. I feel for y'all, right? I feel for y'all. I'm just saying, I live in Utah. We have the greatest snow on earth. And I don't even know if there's snow up in the mountains. I might have to be moving to another state just because we won't have any water this year. That's a serious thing. Okay, so here's the dashboard. Let me show you this. All right. Yeah, I would would love to share my weather with y'all. Okay. Okay, so here's the dashboard. For those of you that are in foundations, what you're going to do, I'm going to zoom in so you can see. Okay, so you can see the top of this. All right. So you're going to go put in, you're going to get a show summary from, you're going to go get a show summary. Okay. If you look, I already have everything up here of what it would look like. So it'll tell you your start time. And the way that I've designed this is when you go through your show summary, it's in order. Okay. So you would just go from left to right, just like as you're reading the show summary from top to bottom. Okay. Dang, let's go, Fox Creek. That's amazing. Thank you so much. I'm so happy to hear that. Y'all, I gotta capture all these things. I gotta start capturing all these. I think I'm being a little bit lazy about capturing the results that are happening. Whoops, did I disappear? Okay, I'm back. All right. So you're gonna put in your start time. You're gonna put in your items for sale. This means how many items do you have for sale? How many items do you have for sale? Count those before you go live, or you can do it afterwards. Just make sure, because this all plays a part into the dashboard, okay? And I'll tell you why that is here in a moment. Then you're going to put in your items sold. Okay. Then you're going to put in the giveaways, how many shipments. This is also how many buyers you have, right? And then you're going to have your first time buyers. You're going to plug that in here. You're going to put in your total sales. All of this is in your email summary. And then you'll put in your tips received. Okay. Then when you get to the orange section, you only need to fill this out if you did run promo on that show. Okay. That's the only thing that you're going to, if you don't, no worries. Just move on from it. Okay. Then this purple part, what has the purple header on it, it will automatically populate. You're just going to copy and paste these and put them down here. And I'll show you. I'll plug this in here in just a moment. This is the actual one. So any changes that I make to this, will make it to the copy that everyone, but it's okay. We'll be fine. I'll probably plug it in. But it'll tell you your numbers. It'll tell you your sell-through rate. It's going to tell you your return buyer rate. It'll tell you your promotional CAC, which stands for customer acquisition costs, right? So you know how much you're spending, and it's going to tell you your revenue per buyer, as well as items per order. Why are these things important? Well, these things are really important because, again, if you're basing it off of margin alone, right? And then what it'll do is when you fill it in, it'll fill all this in. There won't be errors here. I'm going to just copy these and put them down there, okay? All right, I'm gonna plug this in so you can see. I'm gonna kind of do this. I don't recommend doing this on a mobile device. I'm doing this on a tablet, so it's not like the best. Um, but I'm gonna paste these in here so you can see. Why is it so important that we know our numbers? Because if you don't know your numbers, right, then how do you know if you're winning or not? How are you basing it? Where's your scoreboard? Most people's scoreboards, if they don't know their number, I can tell you what your scoreboard is. Your scoreboard is how do you internally feel, or what are you thinking about your show and yourself and your like. That's a horrible way to run your business. Number one, like uh, number one is most likely you're going to be wrong. Number one is you're going to be wrong. I promise you. Jen would come out of her shows and be like, "Oh man, this is the worst." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" She's like, "That show was so bad." Why? I don't know. I just feels it didn't. I felt off all night. Okay, well, let's take a look at the business. Let's go look at our numbers. Let's plug in our scoreboard, our score for what just happened in this last live that you did, and let's go see what it looks like. And then she would plug it in, and guess what? She was wrong. She was wrong. And I'm not saying that in a way that is like, I'm not trying to be like, oh, she didn't know. No, it was totally valid. How she felt is totally valid. It doesn't mean that it's accurate. Why is her blood sugar is low? She hasn't eaten for a moment, right? She's tired. She just ran a show. She did all the staging and everything. So her adrenaline is like through the roof because she just did a show. All this work, and her body also knows that we got to do shipping. And so what happens? Okay, I've got this plugged in now. Whoops. Okay, so I plugged in all those numbers. All right. I plugged in all those numbers so you can see what the dashboard's going to look like. Okay. Let me show you. I want you all to have access to be able to see what's actually happening in your business and to understand what you're building your business upon. You're not building your business on margin off of every single item. You're not going to win that way, not in live selling. Okay. I understand that the goal is to make margin on everything that we're selling, but that you don't begin with that. That is a byproduct of having super fans. It's a byproduct of us getting good at the craft. The margin and the profit is the byproduct of that. Okay. It would be like going to the gym, and the byproduct of what you're trying to do is to build muscle, and then somehow thinking that like the way that you build muscle is what, watching workout videos, right? You know, no, it's a byproduct of actions that are being taken and what you're focusing on, right? Because if what you're doing is, if you go to the gym and you're like, I'm going to build muscle, and you are measuring your arms every time you go to the gym, you're going to be more focused on like, how do I get this thing to grow, than doing the thing that's actually going to produce the results. You understand that? The way that you produce it's the byproduct of building muscle, is the byproduct of progressive overload and a strategy that you're using consistently over time. So you're not tracking your muscle gain as the primary thing. Make sense? You're focusing on increasing these metrics over here. You follow what I'm saying? Because otherwise, people are like, "Oh, that big muscly guy over there, I want to build muscle like him. Let's see, what is he doing? Oh, he's been benching 400 pounds. Cool, I'm going to go do that." No, you're not. You're going to get hurt. You get what I'm saying? So here is your metrics. If you follow these things, your margin is a byproduct of how many return buyers you're getting, right? Your return buyer rate, your revenue per buyer, and these other ones as well. So your revenue per item, right here, your revenue per item, your items per order, how many orders per show. This is your scoreboard. Okay. And this is just you plugging in your numbers up here from your show summary, and then it will calculate all of this for you. So you don't need to know the formula to do return buyer rates. You don't need to know the formula for promotional CAC, although I highly recommend you learn them. But when you understand this, what people are like, is promotion good? I don't know. Look at your numbers. What a lot of people will do is they will look at this and be like, okay, so let's look at I'm going to show you, these are real numbers, by the way. Okay, these are real numbers. So total ad spend in this show. Let me get you up closer. You can see it. Total ad spend in the show was $121.44. Okay. The total promotional sales, meaning from this ad spend, what were the sales that were directly related to these buyers that came in? And it was $52. That means that we lost almost 60, almost $70, almost $70, quote unquote, lost $70. And we got two buyers. That means when you come down here, you look and you say, oh, my promotional customer acquisition cost was $34.72. $34.72 to get one customer to come in and spend money with us. And we didn't make money on that first show. What most resellers would do is be like, promotion doesn't work. I lost money. Okay. If you go purely based off of those numbers that are sent to you in a summary email, and you are making decisions on your business based off of that, because you don't actually know the score or the strategy of what you're doing, here's what you're missing out on. Let me ask y'all, when we come down here and say, well, our revenue per buyer was $51.33 for this one show. The promotional customer acquisition cost was $34.72. Would you pay $34 in order to get $51? That's the question. Would I, if I am making more per buyer than I am spending to get that buyer, then I am winning. But if you're looking at it, the scoreboard, in the wrong way, you don't know how to read a scoreboard, then you're going to feel like you're losing, which makes sense. It would make sense where you're like, oh, I just spent $121 and I only got $52 back. And that doesn't even account for whatnot fees and my cost of goods, right? And the packing material, the shipping supplies that it took. And so people will just make the decision, be like, promotion doesn't work. And then they're going to pivot and start doing something else entirely, when the actual thing is being like, no, actually our revenue per buyer is $51.33. We're in the 100% we're going to run promotion. We're going to run promotion every single time, right? But most people will look at it and be like, I lost $70 in promotion, no good. And we're like, oh, we should up our promotion. That was a great deal. You get what I'm saying? Is this resonating with any of y'all? This is the thing this is when you start seeing this, and understanding your numbers, you're going to move forward, even though it doesn't feel right. We cannot base our business off of how we feel, because we're going to be wrong. If we don't know how to read our numbers, if we don't know what we're trying to accomplish in our business, we're going to stop. We're going to stop, and we're going to pivot to another thing. And we're like, oh, let me go watch another seller support. And they're going to be like, oh yeah, just, you need to go do sponsor the chat. You're like, oh, okay, here's $20. And they're like, go bookmark, go follow. And you go, oh, look, I got more bookmarks and follows. Cool, this is working. And you're going to feel better about that. And yet it won't even show up on your scoreboard. It doesn't help your business to grow in the ways that you would hope that it would, right? But it feels good. Whereas over here, we're like, no, take the $100 that you're spending on sponsoring chats and trying to get people to bookmark and follow you, and focus on just running promo for your show, and then watch your scoreboard and see if you're winning or not. Okay. I hope that helps. I think that for a lot of people in here, they're already part of Foundations. I just want to like dive in. Like, I don't, like, there will be a point that right now I'm absolutely doing strategy sessions, because I just barely released the tracker for Foundations, that dashboard that I'm showing you right here. And I just released the dashboard like a week and a half ago for the Launchpad members, which is a more advanced version of this, right? And then we're releasing Launchpad 3. At one point, I won't even have a conversation unless you filled out the tracker, because everything's just speculation at this point, right? So why is this so important? Because I can help you to strategize. Is anybody in here? If you want, I will happily plug your information into this, and then we can have a coaching conversation about what you got going on. Preferably you have like more than like one show. If you have one show, I'll absolutely do it. We can have a conversation. But if you have done like 3 shows or more, I will happily plug in your numbers if you're cool with it. Obviously, you have to agree to show your numbers, right? And we'll plug it in, and I'll show you exactly what this looks like. I'll probably grab it because I'll do it on this computer over here. If that would be of benefit to you to do it live. And if you're like, no, that's not for me, but I do want the tracker, the dashboard. If you feel like that would be a benefit, then you should join into our community. Because for $1 a day, you will actually get a scoreboard, right? Which that data will be more that you will gain more from understanding this and your tracker than anything else. I can confidently say that, because that's what we've done for the last 4 years, is looking at numbers and making decisions from that, which has allowed us to grow our revenue per item. And on this show, I only have one show plugged into this, but it was 80% return buyer rate, meaning that 4 out of 5 buyers that were in the show had already purchased from us before. So what does that mean? Well, it means that we should focus on getting our return buyer rate lower. We need more first-time buyers to come in, which means we want more people to come in that have never seen us before. And so that's what we would be focusing on, right? Then at one point, we'll see a dip in our return buyer rate over time, because I don't want it at 80%. 80% is too high. That's great. That's wonderful. It means that we have a really sticky show, especially because there was 45 buyers in this show, right? But only 9 of them were first-time buyers, which means we need to get our show in front of more people. What some people are trying to do is like, how do I get my show in front of more people? And it's like, well, are you getting buyers? And they're like, oh, well, I mean, I get a couple. You're like, do you know your return buyer rate? I don't. Cool. Let's build in this and make sure we have this on lock before we're going out and trying to get more people aware of what it is that we're doing. We need to make sure that what we're doing works. We got to build the infrastructure of our business first. But brings in new buyers is important. Yeah. But we need to bring in so these are the conversations that we're going to be having as we go forward, like within the communities, and making sure that people understand their numbers. And then at one point, I want everyone to be like where they're self-coached for these things, right? And then we can work on advanced layers of where to go next, right? That's the whole purpose of this. And that's why we put a lot of, that's why we've taken some time to be like, this is priority to make sure that this is out. Also, I understand this as well. This is the funniest thing. If I talk about numbers, I already know that my viewership will go down. If I start talking about other things that are more exciting, my viewership will go back up. Isn't that crazy? But yet, this thing is more important than the tactics that we can talk about how to get more people into your show or how to get people to stay in your show, right? So I'm happy to talk about that because my viewership's gone down. You love this part. How many of you? How many of you? How many of you love the numbers? How many of you like the numbers is your thing, right? How many of you love the numbers? Yeah. Catches by Kathy. Yep. Like me, I love that. Yeah. A lot of people love this part of it. And other people are like, oh, numbers. Oh, former math teacher. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's just you and I, Kathy. Just you and me in here. 12 other people are like, I'll wait. I'll wait till we talk about the other things. I'm excited though. And the reason why I'm excited. I hate numbers, only the money portion. Okay. The cool thing is once you understand this, the money will be a byproduct of this. The margin will be a byproduct of understanding this. The main reason why I want this is not just so you understand your numbers, but you can confidently start doing the things that we talk about, the strategies that we're like, use these strategies. And y'all, I pay very close attention where it's like I'm going into shows and seeing. I will just go through and be like, this show has 5 people in it. Why? And then I'll just go through. Do you guys want to know the 5 reasons why people are not staying in your shows? You guys want to know the 5 reasons that you guys have low viewership? And I'm sure there might be more, but these are like the main ones. Would that be beneficial for y'all? Okay, cool. If you wouldn't mind, if we go through this, if you wouldn't mind, I would love it if you throw it in what numbers you're doing, and then I'm happy to coach to help you to get to that the next level. Okay. All right. The reason why people are not staying in your show or returning back to your show. So if you, again, this is where it's like, we got to understand, right? Kathy's United, let's go. We got to understand these are the 5 mistakes that you're making that are driving people out of your shows or making it so that they don't come back. So it looks like on average, I'm having 6 to 12 first-time buyers per weekend shows. My 3 to 4 shows technically count as one show. Are you doing it all within one? Was that one summary then? Or is it in one show, like your summary? Help me understand, Julie. That, by the way, that's phenomenal. Julie, are you part of Foundations? Okay. One is you've got varied show times, shows, and times. Varied shows and times, meaning we're doing shows. Okay, cool. I love it, Julie. You're going to thrive in that community. Julie, go through and look at your numbers. And then after you join the community for a buck a day, see what it does if you're active in the community. Because I think that you're going to, I would love to see, because I already know that you're consistent with what you're doing. I would love to see like if there's a return on investment by being a part of the community. If there's a return on investment, I don't just mean like mentally and emotionally, because that's obviously like built into it. But if there's an actual like, yeah, I was baseline here, and then I joined and I was started doing this stuff, and now my baseline is here. I'd be curious. All right, so varied shows and times, meaning we're doing like, I'm doing a raid train, and now I'm doing a theme show, and I'm doing this at 8 a.m. in the morning, and then on Thursday, I'm doing this thing, and then the next week you do something different. There's no weekly cadence, okay? That's what I would say. There's no weekly cadence. Meaning your shows change from week to week. If you don't have a weekly cadence, that's why people aren't coming and staying in your shows or coming back to your shows because they can't find you because you keep changing stuff up. I told that to Still in Styles last night too because she got me into Whatnot and soon started her own shows. She has a bougie style. I love it. Y'all should come in. I'm telling you. I think that you will see an increase in the viewership because you can use the community as part of your ecosystem. You know what I'm saying? Where people will be familiar and you're building more relationships, which brings more people in. Okay, number 2 is you're doing varied start prices. All right. Varied start prices. What is varied start prices? That's where you're doing some stuff. You start at like $5. You start some stuff off at $12. This one you paid up for, so you got to start it at 25. This one you'll start it at $1, and then this one you're going to do I don't know, for like $17 for some reason. That's varied start prices. Okay, if you're doing varied start prices, right, this will have an effect on your viewership and and how many people are staying and coming back to your show. Okay. Number 3, these are the 5 mistakes that you're making that are keeping people from staying in your show and coming back for more. Okay. The other one is high start prices. High start prices. Okay. Even if you're doing a fixed start price, high start price, and I'm going to say $10 or above. Okay. And if you're like, well, I've got to because I won't make any money. Stay with me. I'm going to talk to you about this. This is why it's so important that you know your numbers. Because a lot of people are like, well, I tried what you were talking about and I lost money. You did? I'm losing money. And then we plug in the numbers and it's like, did you know that your revenue per item is $10? Right? Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah. Did you know like that you're actually making money? Oh, I thought I was losing. Yeah, that's totally normal. That's totally normal because we're going to base it off of what we think is happening and what we feel is happening, right? And you could actually be winning, but you're losing. And then we're basing it like, well, your strategy didn't work. Oh, really? Do you have a scoreboard? Well, no, I just feel like it's not working. Okay, what's your viewership? Well, my viewership's gone up. What's your return buyer rate? I don't know. What's your revenue per item? I don't know. So how do you know it's not working? I mean, it doesn't feel very good. Well, that's silly. That's a silly thing to base a strategy off of. It'd be like coming in and being like, I want to, hey, personal trainer, will you teach me how to build muscle and to lose body fat and to get into better shape? Yeah, let me show you. And then you start doing it, and then you come back, you're like, I have to quit. Why? It's not working. Well, what do you mean it's not working? Well, it doesn't feel like it's working. Well, have you looked and see if you're getting stronger? Are you tracking your body fat? Are you seeing if you're growing muscle? Do you know? No, but it doesn't feel good. Well, that makes sense. Nobody leaves the gym after working out hard and is like, well, I feel really good about all that, right? If you didn't know what the gym was, people like leave now because they know what it was, but we're tired, we're sore, and then we're basing it. That'd be crazy to be like, that'd be like going to your personal trainer and be like, I have to quit. Why? Well, it's not working. Why is it not working? Well, because like after every workout, like I'm tired and I'm sore the next day, and I'm kind of sweaty, and so it's just not going well. What? No, that is how this works. Yeah, I'm gonna go see if I can find something else. I'm gonna try something else, right? High start price. If you're selling stuff for lower and it's actually selling, make sure you know your numbers, right? Make sure you know your numbers before you determine whether a strategy is working or not. Because the strategies that we're going to talk about doing, they're not going to be comfortable. They're not going to be comfortable, but they work. And the people who continue to do it are getting the results. And this isn't just for us. We're seeing a bunch of people that are getting results using the strategies that we're talking about. But it would be crazy to believe that the strategy must also feel good at the same time. It will feel good if you know what you're doing and you see the results based off of what you should be tracking, not based off of just margin. Okay. All right. Number 4 is asking for or taking requests. If you're doing this, people are leaving your shows and you don't even know it. Okay. Okay. Yeah. You definitely have a summary for each show, even though the system sees them as one show. Last 3 weeks, 20 new buyers overall. So help me understand, Julie. You're running like a show, but you keep the show going, the stream, the live, right? And then you start like another show. Oh, okay. All right. Um, why? Why? My strategies are all off. I have a bazillion things and buy it now. Random thing shows. Call me Hot Mess Hannah. I'm gonna call you. Is your name Hannah? I thought your name was Kathy. Is Hot Mess Hannah your alter ego? That you gotta no, it's Kathy, correct. Okay, cool. Hot Mess Hannah is we're gonna get you into doing things correct, Kathy. We're gonna take this to yeah. So here's the other thing of what you just mentioned. All right. Here's the other thing. If you're winging it, so Kathy, what you had said, right? You're doing random. If you're winging it, you don't have no process. You have no sequence, right? Um, what else? If you, I'd also say if you're winging it, most likely what you're doing is you're doing a repeat behavior that you're not aware of. Meaning you might be saying the same things over and over again. So you're repeating, which is crazy because you're not actually winging it. You're repeating the same thing. So it sounds like the same song and dance. When you do that, by the way, I want to tell you something. If you're doing this, that's fantastic because it means that we're taking action. And I can't move, I can't steer a parked car, right? So my shipping bundles for every show on the weekend, so my buyers pay one time. Oh, I got you. Okay, I get it. So, but they're like completely different shows. So you're categorizing this, right? And then buyers will stay for the whole thing, right? And so, but it keeps their shipping the same. I get what you're doing. Okay, awesome, cool. Um, that's interesting because I instantly go to like, so how would we put that into a place that you could track each show, right? Because you would still want to improve every show, but all the shows on one summary, right? So the summary tracker it'll be good, but for me, I'd instantly go to being like, man, I'd want to figure out how we could segment those shows because I get what you're doing and you want to keep like the shipping there, and it's probably helping people to buy more. But the how do you track each one of those, which is going to be like a manual thing. I would, if I were you, Julie, is I would get another device and I would put it someplace else and I would screen record it. It looks like I have them summarized all separately. How do you do that? Wasn't it because the show summary is going to go out to you via email like within like 1 minute of you ending your show, and it's going to be automated. And so, but I wonder if there's a way that you could, yeah, I would screen record and then I would look at each show and see if you could manually plug it in. That tracker, by the way, what I will do if we run multiple shows in a day is I will just add in like if it's like February 1st, I'll be like I will just duplicate February 1st 2 to 3 times. So they're all segmented into different shows, but it shows on the same date. Um, yeah. Um, exactly. And I have those for each show. Okay, if you have those for each show, cool. Is the first show included in the second show's summary? Yeah, that was my question. Um, okay. All right. If we are doing these 5 things, number one, congratulations. It means that you are taking action. Okay. But number two is we need to adjust some of these things so we can grow our business. Okay. And I'm going to break down how to do each one of these things. Number one is varied shows. Okay. Varied shows and times. If we don't have a weekly cadence, it becomes very difficult for people to come back again and again because they don't know how to find us. So we want to build our show schedule based off of a weekly cadence because people operate on a weekly cadence, where they work Monday through Friday, they have Saturday and Sunday off or whatever it is. Most people, like 95% of people or more, operate where their weeks are very similar in scheduling week over week. Okay. So we want to build in our show schedule to be so consistent on a weekly basis that people come back again and again. Oh, that's awesome. I love Estelle. Holy cow. Okay. Um, okay, Kathy. That's so awesome. Okay, so you know Lost Mermaid Gifts. I co-hosted with her and she showed me her freaking chessboard. That chessboard is mind-blowing. She had it up for like 200 bucks. I'm like, you take that thing down right now. That is a freaking showstopper. That is a piece. Oh my gosh. I played chess and I was like, what? She's like, yeah, this is my chessboard. I'm like, holy smokes, you can buy it now for 200 bucks. And I was like, how long did it take you? She's like, 30 hours. I'm like, you do not sell that thing for 200 bucks. All right. We need to build some awareness about, yeah. And she's in the community. So she's using the AI stuff and she just put up a post. This is what I'm telling y'all. Go in there, document what it is you're doing, make a post, and then watch what happens. Because people are going to be going to her shows now. Okay. I mean, they were going to it before, but she's going to get better and better and better. Okay. So varied show times. Okay. Have a weekly cadence. That's how we're going to solve this. Just have a weekly cadence for what you're doing. Hey, the other thing is as well, is if you're going live a lot and you're not getting traction, my best piece of advice to you is you don't need to go as live as much. It would be of more benefit to you to not go as live as often and to take those other days that you would go live that you're now not going to go live and put into more prep up front. Okay, more prep up front. Okay, so if you're going live like 5 to 6 days a week, I would recommend going down to like 3 times a week and then taking the other days that you're now taking off, not going live and putting in more into prep. Okay, today isn't the day to sell. Why? Because of Mr. Beast? I don't even think he's going live today. Is that what you're talking about, Mr. Beast? Let me know. Tay, Mr. Beast got nothing on you. Mr. Beast has got nothing on you, dude. I'm in the 4%. Yeah. Tay, Mr. Beast got nothing on you. All right. I think he's been coming on here and there. I always find that I do worse on promo days when he's promoting. Here, okay. So let's talk about Mr. Beast because I know it's a big deal. All right, because Mr. Beast is gonna bring millions. Okay. Oh, the Super Bowl promo for sellers. Yeah, same. Yeah, is that what you're talking about, Caitlin? Caitlin, I'm excited to have a call with you. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think that so here's some of the things that we want to keep in mind as we're building our business during this time, that there's this massive expansion, because while it's expanding, all the attention is going to go to like these big things, like everyone goes live because there's a Super Bowl promo going on. Mr. Beast is coming on this weekend, so it's this massive weekend. But what we got to do is stay the course and be like, yeah, of course this is going to happen. Of course, there's all of a sudden going to be these surges of like all these people coming onto the app. What we don't do is we don't retreat. What we have to do is stay consistent with what it is that we're doing during this time. Now, are our results going to decrease? Yeah, because I can't compete with Mr. Beast. All right. Yeah. He's gonna raid into my show. Yeah, Julie already has it set up. So outside of Julie, all the rest of us who isn't going to get the raid from Mr. Beast, which Mr. Beast's audiences obviously are looking for the stuff that Julie has. That's why and plus Jimmy and her are close. She calls him Jimmy. She doesn't even call him Mr. Beast. So outside of everyone besides Julie, who's going to get raided by Mr. Beast, what we need to do is we got to stay focused on doing what we're going to do anyway. We don't change up what we're doing. That's so funny, Julie. You don't need a fangirl over us. Don't fangirl over us. We're friends, all right? We love you, all right? I wouldn't base whether or not you go live tonight based off of Mr. Beast, right? Because here's the thing you got to realize. what I would base going live on is like how prepped are we on for what we're doing in our strategy? Okay, what I would say is this: there's going to be millions of people that are going to come to Whatnot that were never aware of it. We want to be prepped for that. Okay, if we're not prepped for it, no worries. We're still going to be building our weekly cadence. The Super Bowl thing, this is a bit different for us right now because Jen and I, my wife, is making Grace Vintage. Okay, so if you go click on it and you see like 35,000 cells, right? That's Jen. That's not 35,000 members in my community. That's Jen. Okay, she was one of you who were here. She started this off earlier. Okay, that's my wife. I'm the coach on the back end of things. Okay, we are currently not based off of Super Bowl or Mr. Beast or any of that, are currently in this space of growing our community. So we're adding all this like value into it. So like trackers and journals and we're Jen today is building out it's probably gonna be like a 2-pager of exactly how to run shows when you're starting out and like what to do, right? So we're building all this collateral that we're putting within the community so we can grow, continue to build out the infrastructure of what we're building, right? Continue to build out the infrastructure so that when people are coming into the community that they get massive value, right? That's our whole thing. Like it's like $1 a day, but you're like, oh, this thing is worth way more than that. That's our whole what we're building for, right? It just so happens to be that it's on Super Bowl weekend. Honestly, I couldn't have told you when the Super Bowl was. If you asked me like 6 weeks ago, I couldn't have told you. I couldn't have told you who was even in the playoffs. I couldn't have told you who was going. I don't follow the NFL. Honestly, I'll be honest with y'all. Don't be offended by this. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. All right. So we're surprised it's Super Bowl weekend. We're like, oh, okay, right. For the last couple of years, we haven't even gone to a Super Bowl party. We used to all the time. My family has Super Bowl stuff, and we do all that. But we're so focused on what it is that we're doing. That's what I want for y'all. Be so focused on what you're doing. Now, with the influx of Mr. Beast, right, bringing in, this is a perfect time to get going because once Mr. Beast isn't going live every day, y'all. You're not competing with Mr. Beast. This is a great opportunity that millions of people are going to become aware of this platform, which means other people are going to become aware of this platform. The beautiful thing about that is what's going to happen is there's going to be people who are looking for you. And so you want to be there going live and doing what you do, regardless of the viewership going down, because all the attention is going over to Mr. Beast. You're going to stay focused on your game because this is the time. This is the time. 2 years ago, I started talking about this. I'm like, y'all, there is a wave coming in live selling. It's going to be big. How did I know? Because China at that point was already doing like $200 billion, right? Live selling was already huge. If you guys go into the community and you have access to the launch library, there is a video that I put up 2 years ago that's called The Foundations of Live Reselling before I stopped using the term resellers to define what it is that we're doing. If you go watch that video, I talk about this wave that's coming. The wave is happening right now. The wave is happening right now. We need to get focused on making this because this opportunity is going to be like anything else. At the beginning of Airbnb, nobody knew about it except for the early adopters, and you could rent out a blow-up mattress in your front room. Right at the beginning of YouTube, when people didn't even know what this thing was, right? People were making videos and putting it up, right? That's the beginning. At the beginning, everyone is unsophisticated. They don't even know what it is, right? And you can have early successes and not even be good at what you're doing just purely by being early to the game. Now, if you're going to start a YouTube channel, right? I got you, Tay. I got you, Tay. We'll talk about that in just a moment. I got you. What if we don't become more sophisticated? If those who get early wins, right, on YouTube by putting up videos and they monetize and they're making money, they don't constantly improve, they get left by the wayside, right? Because early wins doesn't mean long-term success. You're just happen to be early to the game. We're all early to the game. There are people that still have early wins that it won't exist. You won't be able to do that in live selling here in a couple of years. Why? Just like you can't get on YouTube and put up some sort of like pixelated video with poor audio and be like, no, what do you got to do now? You're competing with Mr. Beast. You're competing with the Alex Hermosis of the world. You're competing with the Gary V's. And they have a team that follows them around at all times. So now it's very difficult. The barrier to entry is higher to start a successful YouTube channel and make that your full-time thing, right? You're competing with the Chris Williamsons of the world, right? In podcasting, right? You're competing with Diary of a CEO. Go look at their stuff. It's really good. Everything, they're very sophisticated in what they do, right? Same thing. Airbnb at the beginning, you could have rented a shed in your backyard with a little lantern out there and a twin mattress, right? And you could have rented it. You're not doing that now. It's not going to happen. You better have a hot tub, a pool table, better be in a good location. Your decor has a theme to it, like nice amenity, all that stuff. You better have multiple king size beds, all those things, right? You need to have all of that now. The barrier to entry increases over time. Right now, the barrier to entry is not as high as it's going to be in a couple of years from now. Later, people will be like, dude, I can't start a whatnot. You got to have a studio. You got to be like an excellent communicator. You got to have the products. You got to have the lighting down. You got to be using OBS. You got to be running a team. You got to be, yeah, that's where this is going. That's where this is going. But the barrier to entry right now is the lowest it's going to be. Okay. It's not as low as it was like 3 years ago, but it's still lower than it's going to be in the future. So we jump in now and start doing this now. I hope you guys are picking up what I'm throwing down. This opportunity the window of opportunity does not stay open forever. It just doesn't. Let me rephrase that. The window to opportunity will stay open. It's just that the barrier to entry, right, is going to increase. The cost of being good is going to go up. So what do we do if that is the case? We get in now and we work on becoming more sophisticated sellers over time. Because at one point, it's going to be the best sellers who are going to get 80% of all the revenue. There'll be 20% of the sellers on Whatnot will be receiving 80% of the overall revenue. It's most likely already happening like that right now, like Pareto's principle, right? 80-20 rule. Okay, I want to talk to Tay for a little bit. Tay, you still in here? Kathy's like, who's this Mr. Beast guy? You don't need to worry about it. Tay, you still in here? Okay, cool. Let's talk about what you're doing. Okay, I'm gonna follow. I'm gonna check out what you're doing. I appreciate you being in here. I want to see what it is that you're doing. Okay. Oh yeah, we've had a conversation. Are you running game shows? Okay. Game shows are gonna be really difficult. Okay. The reason why game shows are going to be difficult, I'm just going to speak directly. I know we've had a couple of conversations, so now I just feel like we're friends, so I can just talk to you directly like I would with my friend, because we are friends. Even though I've never seen you, Tay. But I will say game shows can be a little bit difficult to do. And the reason why is because if I have to do any sort of like trying to figure out what's going on, like I'm not jumping on Whatnot. Like I'm straight up jumping on Whatnot at night being like, what's going on? Like I'm just hanging out with my wife and being like, I'm gonna just go look at some shows right now and I'll just scroll through. But if there's any sort of element of me needing to figure out if I got to know rules, if I got to do entries, if I got to do it making any sort of decisions, if there's anything that I don't know what it is within 3 to 8 seconds, I'm gonna be like, nope, not for me. So you're automatically just by doing that, which is fine because the people that do stay will be highly invested into it, right? However, the market you're going to narrow down the game show will create a filter and you're only going to get few select people who are wanting to do that. Okay. So it becomes difficult, especially if we're like, hey, I'm running mystery boxes. You pick a number. We do this. I spin this wheel. I do this little like dance thing and then I shoot this thing off. And then if it hits the target in the middle, then that will select what number you can choose. And then you choose a color. And then it's like, oh, no, no. Nope, not gonna. That won't. What we're here to do is we're gonna get super fans. I do think that you can build in the game show at a later time, but to use it as a way to get people in. And I'll give you a real life example. Jen and I, my wife, we've been doing Whatnot for 4 years. At the beginning, when we came on to Whatnot, I saw so many theme shows. Like people were using like where they are creating characters and they had game shows and they were doing all these things and people were using they were looking like they were Secret Service and some people like literally created characters, right? And a lot of resellers who had big followings, they came over and they were doing all this game show stuff. And the problem was is that nobody was staying in the shows. And so all the resellers were then putting up videos on YouTube being like, why I'm quitting Whatnot. And the reason why is because people couldn't figure out what was going on. They were just trying to figure out the app, let alone like what was like, I gotta like, well, how do I work this thing? Right. So we want to make things as easy as possible. Jeff Bezos calls this eating the complexity. Essentially meaning we want to make it so easy to be in the experience and have them fully relax into the experience from beginning to end, where you're just like, I'm going to Tay's show, the price is right, right? And so and if you're like, dude, I kind of built my entire brand off of this, I'm just letting you know, like directly, it's going to be difficult to run a game show thing because the new people that are coming in, new viewers will just bounce out. And I would do the same thing, dude. And I like you, and I haven't even seen you before, but I just like you because you come in here and we chat. So I just want to have like, I'm just letting you know, like just directly, game shows are going to be difficult to run. Okay. Vogue Vault, what are you looking to are you looking to live sell going forward? Okay, if you want to live sell, then use your inventory. We can talk about this. So if I just want to liquidate my inventory, I'm not sure I want to source anymore. Should I just sell? I have some shows scheduled. Should I just sell everything low and cash out? If you cash out, are you cashing out of the Whatnot game and like you're done with Whatnot, or are you still going to do Whatnot? Let me know. Because the strategy is going to be different. I don't even know, if you were not going to do the Whatnot game, if you weren't going to do that, I don't even know if I would even try to liquidate it here other than I'm just going to shop for yourself after that. Okay, so you don't want to do live sales. You'll shop live, but you're not going to sell live. Is that correct? Okay. Vogue Vault, what kind of stuff do you got? And how much do you have? Let me know. One of the things that we're working on right now is putting together something within the community, because I have a bunch of people who have a ton of inventory, and then I got people who sell a ton of inventory and they don't have any inventory. So I'm looking to put something together to where they would just liquidate, and we call it inventory rebalancing. I just want to make sure that people aren't using it as a strategy, although that could totally work as well. I'm like, I don't care. Right, a large bit of everything. Can you give me like an everything? Can you give me what incorporates everything? Like, are we talking like estate sales? You got clothes, you got toys, you got books, you got animals, you're selling plants, right? Come get my stuff. So I'm going to put something together. Men's, women's, plus sizes, mostly clothing and shoes. Okay. Vogue Vault, what I would do is, instead of you going through and putting in the time and the effort, you're looking just to get rid of all this stuff, right? So like liquidate, I would do like a bulk thing and set it up and find a deal. This is where like we've really been looking, because what we spend our time doing is being like, here are the common things that we're seeing, here's the problems that people are having, and then how do we help people to solve this and to move forward in their live selling business. Some people are like, I'm not looking to do that, I just want to buy it for myself. Which Vote, like, you got like the name, you got the thing, you sure you don't want to live sell? Yeah, here's a problem, here's a solution. Exactly, Adesha. You sure you don't want to live sell? Because my first Whatnot show, come by and say hello. Have you done a show? Have you done a show? Let me just see first before we start getting plans, and then you do a show. You're like, this is the best thing ever. I want this, but I just sold all my stuff. And then I'm like, uh-oh, you're in the same spot as we are. Uh-oh. Have you done a show yet? I just don't know if I want to do it forever. Scheduled for Wednesday. I just sell on Posh. Okay, let's talk about this, and I'm totally fine with that. But what are you looking to do with your business? So let's talk two different businesses that we're talking about right now. There's a reselling business, which is Poshmark. We used to sell on Poshmark. and eBay and Mercari and Depop and Etsy. Okay. The only thing we didn't do is like Facebook Marketplace. Okay. Yeah, we only sell on Whatnot now. So very familiar with the reselling game. Are you looking to grow a reselling business, which is not the same as selling on Whatnot? Are you looking to do reselling? And if so, are you looking to go full time to where this is your primary source of income, or at least like a big, right? Let me know. Thank you all for sharing the show. I really appreciate that. Let me know, because the reason why is the strategy is going to be different based off of what you're looking to do. And I want to make sure that I set you up with the right strategy. No, I think I want to liquidate. Okay. Are you going to continue to sell on Poshmark? No. Okay. You're like, I'm out of the game. I don't want to do this anymore. Okay. How many items do you have? What are we talking about? Are we talking less than 100, a couple hundred, a few hundred, 1,000, a couple thousand, a few thousand, maybe 3,000 items? Okay. Man, this is one of the things that I want to like help, because I just got to build in the parameters of how something like this might work, because I got a bunch of people who are looking for stuff, and then I got a bunch of people who have a bunch of stuff, and so I see like one person's like, I got too much stuff, that's my problem, and someone else is like, I don't have enough stuff, that's my problem. I'm like, oh man, like you guys should meet each other, right? But I got to make sure that if I'm going to be the one that introduces that doesn't turn into I just got to make sure that if I'm going to marry y'all, that it doesn't turn into a divorce, and then they're like, you're the one who married us, and I'm like, whoa, I just ran the ceremony. I didn't. Your relationship is your relationship. So I'm working that out, and so that's one of the things that we're going to be building into the community. I was going to, you need product. How many of you, let's do a quick poll in here out of the 22 of you in here, because one of them is me. I'll take the poll as well. How many of you put a 1 if you have too much inventory? Put a 1 if you have too much inventory, and put a 2 if you need inventory. Patricia, we're solving that for you. I said 1, just 1, not 11 million. Y'all, I said that was my wife. Okay. Sherry, your inventory is so organized now. Your stuff looks so good. I was like, look at Cher's inventory to Jen. She's like, oh my gosh. I'm like, I know. All right, cool. Y'all, Vogue Vault. Hey, Vogue Vault, what type of inventory do you I know you have clothes, mainly clothes. What are kind of the decades that they're in? Are they vintage? Are they contemporary? Is it a mix of both? Is it higher end? Is it mid? Where is it at? Sherry, your stuff's looking good right now. It's funny. It's kind of like it's like when you go to sell your house and you remodel and do everything, and then like once it's done, you're like, I don't even know if I want to sell the house now. This is like really nice, right? That's what your inventory looks like now, Sher. You're like, I don't even want to sell this stuff. Like, I just love how organized this is now. Contemporary, mid-range, and high-end. Okay, cool. Vogue Vault, reach out to us, and anyone else you can reach out to Vogue Vault, but you should just DM Making Grace Vintage, and we'd love to have a conversation with you, and we would love to see if that we can maybe help you out in doing that thing. So because we have a thing where we sell all of our stuff, right? And so I'm kind of hyped and excited about regrouping and changing my approach. Yeah, you should be. You should, because guess what? You have control over your business. Anyone else who's looking for the stuff, Vogue Vault, I just told some people about you. All right, this is what I'm gonna eventually do. I think I got to do this. I think I got to help people to do that. Okay, cool. Well, do you know my wife then? I mean, if you know who she is? Are you familiar with the stuff that we do? Okay, cool. We would love to be able to, we'd love to have a conversation with you. And if it doesn't fit for us, we got a community of 120 people, because this is probably where we're going to go in anyways. So let's do that. All right, Tay. Hopefully, Tay, I hope I helped you in that you weren't like, you dick. I'm not bursting bubbles and you're like, I'm out. This dude. You don't know me. My game show's good. I hope that helped. I want to help you to get. Tay, what kind of stuff are you selling? If you're still in here, if you even want to talk to me anymore, you're like, dude, I wasn't looking for your advice. Your unsolicited advice. Don't burn anything down. Okay. Okay, cool. You pumped up right now, Kathy? Let's keep talking about this. Everyone's pumped at the beginning, and then I start talking about some other stuff. And you're like, oh man, my, my, my stoke level went down. Not my goal. Okay. If you were having trouble staying in your show, here I'm gonna add in a number 6 or a bonus one. This one, you just have to understand. Confusion kills conversion. Confusion kills conversion. Okay. So like anything in your visual real estate, anything in your visual real estate that anything in your presentation, anything in your product selection, any of these things that creates any sort of confusion across, that will kill everything. Okay. Right. What's another thing as well? I know that we have to realize that we buy from people we know, like, and trust. Okay. We buy from people we know, like, and trust. All right. Confusion will kill trust. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you meet somebody and you're like, this is like, I'm not vibing with this because I'm confused by it, right? They have, yeah, do you know what I'm saying? And you're like, I'm confused by this. That will kill trust. Okay. So, and I'm sure that there's elements, right? Sometimes it works. Meaning, if we're intrigued by something, we're not confused, but we're like curious about it. But we at least need to have some sort of like understanding. I'll give you guys if you guys are looking for a movie to watch and you watch a trailer and you watch the movie trailer and you're like, what the heck was that? And you're confused, that will kill conversion, meaning you have no intention of watching that. Just because you're like, I don't know. I don't even understand what's happening in the trailer, I'm definitely not going to watch a whole movie. So we need to make sure that when people come into our show, okay, let's talk about the superfan sequence real quick. All right. I knew I was going to write it back up here. I just need to have like a digital board so I can just be like, whoop, here's the next one. All right, superfan sequence. Let's talk about this. Our goal, remember, is to get superfans. All right, so here's our superfan sequence. The superfan sequence, for those that are part of my choir here, all right, we know the superfan sequence. It works like this. Number 1 is awareness. Hey, my Kathy's in the room. How did you become aware of me? Anyone else who's just barely seeing me for the first time? How did you, or any of you, how did you all become aware of the Master Live Sales class on Making Grace Vintage? How did you come across this? TikTok. Oh, that's awesome. We got a Estelle. Oh, yeah. Lost Mermaid Gifts. Well, I love Estelle. How'd you all become aware? So one of those was an actual referral, right? TikTok created an awareness, right? Then you come in and you're like, you're in discover, right? You're like, is this what I'm looking for, right? Yeah, she is awesome. Then we move into consideration. What is consideration? You have a question in your head when you come in. When you're in discover and consideration, the entire time you're asking yourself, is this for me? Is this what I'm looking for? If I'm looking for a movie, right? I'm not big into horror movies. I used to. The community whatnot section, that's awesome. Wildflower, I sent you a message. I'm excited to have a call with you. So I sent you that. Let me know if that call doesn't work. Same with you, Caitlin. If those times don't work for you because they're primarily in the morning, let me know and we'll find something that works. Okay. Just so you know, if you set one at like 7 a.m., you get my morning voice. Okay. That's what you get. I won't be doing my vocal warm ups at 6 a.m. for you. All right. So you're like, who is this? Like, what's up? Thanks for getting on a call with me. So just so you know, you've been warned. All right. You're like, this doesn't sound like you. Okay. Okay, you became aware of Jenica first and then got fascinated because she's good at what she does and is in Salt Lake. Okay. Fraud. Identity theft. You're not Steve. Where's my coach? Oh, no, I'm coach. Yeah, I saw that too, Amber. We'll figure something out for you, okay? Because I'm sure you have a lovely morning voice, but I need you to be present for the call. Same thing with Sammy, all right? Because if Sammy's going to join the call, Emily, what's up? Good to see you. Thanks for being in here. Thanks for hanging out. Hey, Emily's part of our sequence in the zoo. Go follow her. Go follow everyone in here. Okay. The Rebel Spinster. I like your name. That's awesome. Okay, so consideration. Is this for me? Once we've determined, yeah, this is for me, there's a conversion, right? So if I'm watching movie trailers, right? So let's say I'm looking for a movie for Jen and I, right? We always make the joke of like, hey, will you find our favorite movie we've never seen before? Because that's what I want to watch tonight. If you ever want to just watch your favorite movie that you've never seen, you're like, I want like a new favorite movie, right? Because we'll watch it again and again. Okay. Okay, cool. I love that, baby. Thanks. Okay. So number one is I'm not aware of all the movies that are out there. So I'll be scrolling through, say I'm going through Netflix or Prime or whatever it is. Awareness is when I see a show poster, right? Just like people would see your show poster. That's awareness. That's one form of awareness, right? There's other forms of awareness that can come up that might come from a referral. It could come from your chat GPT and what movie you want to watch. Those are all forms that will bring up awareness. The awareness is like, I didn't know this exists. Now I know that it exists at some point. Usually it's some sort of like packaging, right? Or it's a referral. So I might be cruising through and I'm looking at show posters, right? Even as I'm going through show posters, I'm looking, is this for me? Jen and I, we don't watch like horror films. I used to watch horror films all the time when I was young. I just don't watch them anymore. I'm not interested in them. I don't really do like the paranormal stuff, right? So if I'm looking through and it's like this scary like thing on the show poster, I will be like, no, this is not for me, just in the awareness as I'm looking through, right? Because I'm going through this first part right here from awareness to discover consideration. This right here, this could last all of 3 seconds where I'm just scrolling through the show posters. Then if I see a show poster, I'm like, huh, that's interesting, right? Is this for me? I'm going to click on it, right? Oh, that's a good idea. And we'll run some stuff here in a little bit to help you all out in your businesses, okay? And so I'll click on the show poster, right? And now I'm reading the summary of what the movie is about. Now, if I even in the summary, I'm reading this thing and at the end of the summary, I'm like my reading comprehension skills are pretty good, but I have no idea what this is about. I'm confused. I'm not converting. Okay. I'm not going to convert. Okay. Same with you. If there's any level of confusion, you're not going to be like, let me stay around and like figure this out. We're so good at filtering information right now because we see so much of it. Our brains will subconsciously filter stuff. If there's confusion, they're like, nope, not taking the time to figure this out. Nobody's going to be like, hey, explain to me how your show works. Nope, they won't do that. They'll just leave. They're not even going to tell you. Okay. So let's say that I'm like, this show summary seems, I'm going to go click trailer. I'm watching the trailer for this film. Now I'm in consideration again, is this for me? If I watch the trailer and I'm confused, I'm not converting, okay? But let's say I watch the trailer and I'm like, yeah, this looks like a good movie. Let's check this out. What's up, Miss Anita? I now have an intention to watch. That's what conversion is, an intention, okay? Then from intention, if I'm watching the movie, we start the movie, and as soon as I become where I am like, well, this plot line or the acting, the characters, I care about this, right? If I care about this, I'm now invested. Okay. I watched the movie The Beekeeper. I hope none of that. If your favorite movie is The Beekeeper, I'm about to offend you. The Beekeeper, is that what it is? With Jason Statham. I was like 10 minutes into the movie, like 15 minutes, and I'm like, nope. No, I'm not watching this. This is a weak storyline. You didn't get me invested. I have no relationship with this movie. I have no relationship with this movie. I'm not invested into the characters. I'm not invested into the problem. I'm not invested into, I don't care about the outcome or the solution of what happens with this. Okay. What we are looking for is for people to have an intention to watch us, right? And then at one point they become invested, whether they become invested into our show, the experience, maybe they become invested into us as who we are. Maybe they're invested into our product selection, whatever that is. There's an investment, okay? This is where people spend money, all right? This is where people, there's know, like, and trust, okay? This is where people know, like, and trust. This is where money is actually exchanged, okay? Then from there, once money is exchanged and there's an investment, right? Or an investment of time, like we're watching a movie, right? Then it moves into retention. This is a super fan. Retention, which means they come back again and again. and referral, which is how some of you actually found me, was a referral, right? Didn't know you existed, came across you on whatnot. I'm watching on TikTok. I'm watching your TikTok and I'm wondering, is this for me? Because I'm speaking to very specific people who are looking to live sell or are currently live selling, and they are looking for strategies that are going to help them in their business, right? In consideration, they're asking themselves, is this for me? If I'm very specific and say, hey, the reason why no one's staying in your whatnot shows is not because of the algorithm, it's because of you. That is like, is this for me? Because I don't have people staying in my shows. Cool. Consideration. Then they have an intention to watch the 8.5 minute video that I have on TikTok that probably takes masterclass. And if you guys can go follow me on TikTok. It's live_seller_pro. And I have a video that the very beginning of it says, the reason why people are not staying in your whatnot shows is not because of the algorithm. It's because of you. But don't panic. Let me help you. Okay. Then they have an intention and they'll watch the whole thing. By the end of that video, some people are invested, right? And some people are not. And that's totally fine. Which then would have them come over and watch me here, right? And then if they watch for long enough, right, they become a super fan. Okay. Here's a couple things that we need to understand. This right here, we're talking like 3 to 8 seconds, y'all. 3 to 8 seconds. Okay. For this part right here, someone could come in and be like, nope, not for me, right? This right here, this intention, before they invest, they might need to see you 7 to 12 times. Before they invest, they might need to see you for 7+ hours. 7+ hours before they move into actually investing and becoming a super fan. Why is this important to know? Because if we are building our business and looking at what happened during our first show and being like, I don't know if this is working or not. It's like, you haven't done it for long enough to figure out if this thing's working or not. Because the super fan sequence, you might have somebody go from didn't know you existed this morning to I am a fan forever of your stuff in one day. However, you might have someone else who it takes them 7 to 12 times before they even are like, yeah, I'm with this, right? So that means that we have to set up our business in a way that allows people to move through this sequence however long it takes them to. I can't push y'all through this sequence. As much as I want every single one of you to join into my community today, and I want you to move forward into like advanced coaching programs and all the things that we're doing, as much as I want you to do that right now, I do not have that ability to do that. Nor do I want it. Even if I did, I wouldn't want to push you through it because I don't want to have buyer's remorse. I'd rather have you and I build trust between each other and then we work together. Okay. Now, some of you, that may take one day. For some of you, it may take multiple master live sales classes before you decide to do that. That's totally fine. That's totally fine. And it should be okay with you as well. It would be unreasonable for you to do 2 to 3 shows and then be like, nothing's working, and be like, are you getting buyers? Yeah, I'm getting some buyers. Great. Well, you're not even doing it enough times to even see if it's working or not, because we keep switching up what it is that we're doing. That's not going to work. That's not going to work, y'all. So it's really important to understand the super fan sequence. And we want to go through and look and be like, is there anything confusing from my show poster? If they go from my show poster to clicking into my show, is it confusing? Meaning, if my show poster said Master Live Sales, and then they come in here and I'm showing Pokemon cards, that would be confusing, right? Like, I'm really confused when I go into a seller support show and they're selling something. That's so confusing to me. I'm like, oh, I was confused. This is a seller support where I support this seller. I thought it was a seller support show that I go in and I learn what people are doing. New people are getting supported. Oh, this is a support this seller show. Do you understand that that would create confusion? And those shows that are like, it's a seller support show, and then I go in and they're selling pens. That's confusing. Just so you know, if you're doing that, people are leaving your show because between the show poster and the discovery of what you're doing, they say, is this for me? No, I'm confused as to what you're doing, so I'm going to leave. Now, we go through each part of this phase and be like, is there any point that we create confusion? For the most part, You ready for this? For the most part, this is not an addition. This is a subtraction. For the most part, all we need to do is reduce all the things that are having people leave our show. What might those things be? We're doing varied show times. We don't have a weekly cadence. We're doing varied start prices. We're doing high start prices. We're asking or taking requests and we're winging it. These things right here create decision fatigue, confusion, and it creates something where people say, is this for me? And they say no. Why? Because you're running something at $25. It's a brand new viewer. I don't know you. I don't know you. Right? We need to build the trust first. Okay? Y'all understand that? Asking or taking requests. Why? Because people will come in and see massive amounts of requests. If you're doing it well and you have a bunch of requests, right? People will come in and be like, is this for me? And they're like, no, this is a 25-minute wait for me to see an item. And you're asking me to go in and look through your store and then make a request. That's not going to work. That's not going to work for me. Okay. So it's really important that we understand these mistakes that we're making. For the most part, for most people, it's not about doing more. It's about reducing all the things that are preventing people from staying in our shows. Okay. Do you guys want to go deeper into that? Would that be helpful for y'all? We can go deeper into what not to do. What not to do. Okay, cool. I'm going to break down why we don't do these things. Okay. So number one is no weekly cadence. If you don't have a weekly cadence, why is a weekly cadence important? Because people need to see you 7 to 12 times or for 7+ hours, but they can't do that if you keep switching up your stuff. So how are they going to find you and spend that amount of time with you or see you that frequently in order to know, like, and trust you if your every week is like a completely different schedule? Okay. Some of y'all are like, dude, your schedule's all over the place right now. I know, but the funny thing is when I run these things consistently, my viewership will go up. Right. Yeah. So the weekly cadence, same thing, Amber. Like when we do our strategy session, that's what I'll talk about. What are you and Sammy going to commit to on a weekly schedule? Okay. And for you, because you're running later, right? Then we're going to focus on the ones that are doing the best, and we're going to reduce the amount of work that's going into like doing stuff like where we're doing like multiple shows a week, right? Where we're doing like 10, 12, 14 shows a week. It's too much. It's too much because we could allocate our resources better to making those few shows and maximizing the profit off of those. And we're gonna work on this, okay? Because you and Sammy, we're gonna work on the mindset of what we're doing, okay? No more poverty mindset, all right? I only do one thing right, same 2 days and 2 times a week. Okay. Okay, cool. Kathy, number one, what are you selling? Let's get into this. Okay, we doing handmade. Okay. Piece is one of a kind, crafted with love, perfect for adding little magic to your space already. Can't wait to. Okay, cool. Sweet. Do you make all of these? Are all these handmade? These are beautiful. Okay, cool. All right. I'm going to, baby, do you want to run these? Are you busy right now? I'll do it. You don't have to do it. I got it. Okay. We're going to run, okay. Give me 1 second before we run this. Give me 1 second before we run this. All right. I'm going to go through these and then we're going to run a coaching call where either you can have a strategy session with me or a strategy session with my wife. Okay. And that will be, it's a 30-minute strategy session. And then we are running something where you can also get, Natasha's buying up all of our stuff. She's buying up all of our stuff. I see your strategy, Natasha. You're like, if if I buy up all their coaching time, they won't be coaching other sellers, and then I'm gonna dominate. Just gonna dominate. This is my own. I see your strategy and it's working, okay? Because we have a limited resource that we're selling. All right, let's run one of these. Do you guys want? I'm gonna run one for Jenn, okay? I'm gonna run one for Jenn. Is that how that works, baby? Because I don't want this to be a thing where you're like, you're not supposed to run mine. I only run mine type thing. Am I allowed to do this? Okay. Okay, cool. So here's what you get. All right. You're going to have a 30-minute strategy session, which I'm going to pin it first so you can see what it looks like. It's a 30, you can click it, 30-minute strategy session. What's a strategy session? The first like 10, 15, sometimes 20 minutes is going to be us figuring out what you got going on. Okay. And if you can come with numbers and information, that helps. If not, no worries. We'll go through it. And then the last part of it is you're walking out with a strategy of what you're doing next. Okay. So that's the strategy session. It's not something where we're not doing like just a therapy thing. At the end of it, you'll have homework of what you're going to go do, a strategy you're going to deploy. Okay. That's a strategy session. And you get 30 days access to our community called Foundations, where right now there's like 120 plus people in there. It's growing daily, as you can imagine. And that's a community of live sellers who are doing the same thing as you across all sorts of categories. So we have people who are Kathy, Lost Mermaids is in there. Estelle's in there. You guys are in Foundations. You guys saw that AI photo thing that she just did for her sea glass earrings and necklace. Really cool. It also has the tracker, right? The tracker. What's the tracker? What's the dashboard? It's this thing over here. Let me show you so you can see it. Okay. This is the thing that you can see what's going on in your business, what you need, right? That's this thing right here. So you input your information in here, and obviously you can chat and you can post, which I highly recommend if you're getting started and you want to have a really good start to your business, or you need a reset for your business. That is what Foundations is for, right? So that you can grow by going in there, posting, being active, asking for help. We're all up in there. Okay. And what else you get? You get access to our our Foundations library. Foundations library has like, I don't know, has our probably like 12 hours plus of content of me walking through this stuff. So the Superfan sequence, this is part of what we call the Live Seller Pro playbook. Okay, so you will have access to that where I read the playbook aloud. I have people that listen to that thing again and again. It's like 3 hours and they'll listen to it again and again. Why? Because of the mindset that we need to have in live selling and the difference between live selling and reselling. Okay. After you purchase it, we send you a QR code, and then you'll scan that, and then you'll go in and it'll say 30 days. If you purchase the call, we'll send you a Calendly link, which you can go through and look at our schedule and select the time that's going to work for you. And then you get a QR code that will give you access to the community by you just go and put in your name, your email, and it'll say a 30-day trial. It's not a 30-day trial. It's $1 a day to be a part of the community. You just happen to pay here and whatnot, but there's no credit card or information you need to put in. If you want to continue, right, then it's $1 a day. Okay. So that is right. That is how that yeah. Okay, so we're gonna run this so you get both of these things. So normally it's $1 a day. So for 30 days, access to the community, that's $30. And then it's $1 a minute for a strategy session, which is we're looking for this to be absolutely like help you out a ton. So I'm gonna run this thing, okay. Run as auction. Okay, this is to have a conversation with Jenn. So Jenn is obviously she has far more experience than I do of actually doing the live selling, like in the trenches. So if you're looking to understand your inventory, because that's what she does. So especially like in women's clothing, she's done kids clothing as well. But inventory, sequencing, being able to show items, presentation. If you want a strategy focused on that, Jenn is your girl. Plus anything else that as far as a community, she's obviously very well versed in all live seller pro stuff. She's the one that's helped in like she's did the journal and things like that. Like we collaborate on these ideas. So Jenn, that is who you would want to have a conversation with. I'm going to start this right now. We're starting this off at $1. We're running this thing for 20 seconds and with a 7-second add-on. And we're going to start this now. 30 minutes strategy session with Jenn. You get to see her face to face. We'll send you a link and 30 days within our community. Okay. Starting now. It's running now. Okay. So this is with Jenn, a strategy session. Have a conversation with her. She can help you anything around like your staging, sequencing, sourcing, any of that, as well as you get 30 days access to the community. I think, whoa, Emily like just barely grabbed that at the very end. She's gonna get it for $1, y'all. All right, cool. We said we're gonna run both of these. I'm gonna run one, and I want you guys to understand something, okay? Emily, I'm really happy that you did that. I also saw your post recently. Yeah, what in the world just happened? We're totally cool with that. We're totally cool with that. And if you're like, what? You're selling, that's like $2 an hour, right? It's not $2 an hour. Okay. Jen and I have already done the math on this. All right. Okay. This is going to be the same thing for me, 30 days in the community and a 30-minute strategy session with me. Okay. And we're going to run it for $1 starting now. Okay. Whoa, I was too far from my phone. Yeah, totally, Emily. Okay. Wildflowers, she's coming in for it because she's like, I'm gonna do 2 of them. I already sent you one over. She's like, I already know. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. Style Plus is going for it, but Wildflower put in a custom on this. Style Plus got it. One more. Nice. I'm excited to have a conversation with you. Okay, sweet. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna send you over the Calendly. I think you're in Style Plus. You're in our community because you were able to tell me that the link wasn't working. So we'll send you over. Holy moly! Yeah, we understand. We understand where we're at with this. But here's the thing, y'all. Okay, I want to show you something of how this works. Obviously, this is not a scalable thing, right? we can't we can't like $2 an hour, right? That's not going to work. That's not the point of it all. Okay, what's the point? We believe that if you have a conversation with us, right, we'll be you're invested at this point. We're invested into you. You're invested into us, right? There's going to be retention and referral from this, and a conversation that I have with you or Amber or with however that works, right? Whoever it is, that this is going to turn into more value. Why? Because what's going to happen? We're going to have a conversation with Wildflower. I'm actually, right? I'm not even selling right now, so I have to be patient. Amazing still. But we're going to help because what will happen is Wildflowers for the table. We'll be putting a strategy together. The goal is she goes live. She gets awesome results. Because she gets awesome results, she's like, holy cow, this is amazing. And we're like, guess what? We have other things that we can do to help you to continue to get awesome results. And she's like, great, be glad to do that. And she's getting a return on her investment. Do you guys understand that? So if you paid $1 for a call, that's a great, if we can get a return on the investment, the next time an opportunity comes up to work with us, you're like, yep. Thanks, I appreciate that. Yep. And then it'll come back. And the reason why I'm saying all this is I want you to consider the same thing, okay? Because it wouldn't make sense. It wouldn't make sense to sell something for $1 that is clearly worth more than that, right? But then if it turns into a relationship that pays you out over the next years, hundreds, if not thousands of dollars, is it worth it to do that from the beginning? Yes, of course. Yes, of course. Only if your stuff and the experience is something that has people coming back again and again, then it would totally make sense to do that. But it doesn't make sense to most people when they're reselling because they're not making a margin, which would mean we would never run something at a dollar, nor if we ran something at $1 and be like, oh my gosh, I just sold 30 minutes of my time for $1, which isn't even $1, it's like 53 cents. Oh my gosh, what are we doing? Plus access to the community, which we pay for as well. Oh my gosh, what do we? No, we already know that the value that we have it's going to have people coming back for more. That's the whole thing because it ends up in retention and referral. Now, one other thing I want to show you. You don't get this in reselling, okay? This referral right here, if somebody comes in and has a positive experience in your show, they refer somebody else who then puts them into awareness and then they go through this process. And if your experience is really sticky and it provides them value and they love everything that they're doing, guess what they're going to do? They're going to go refer other people, which is going to bring more super fans into what it is that you're doing. This super fan is worth more than any of your products. This super fan is worth more than a half hour of my time. Straight up. Okay. Right? You guys understand that? This is the game that we're playing. Okay. This is the game that we're playing. This is the game that we encourage you all to play. This is why Julie, for example, Thrifty ATX girl, who you should go follow, right? That's why she's getting return buyers coming back to her show, right? Not because of the product that she has. Her product's great, right? And it's always going to get better and better. But they're coming back because of Julie. They're coming back because of the experience they're having. When they have a really positive experience and they keep coming back, they're only going to tell other people about it in a positive way that's going to have more people coming in. And that's how you grow your viewership. Okay. You're all picking up what I'm throwing down. Okay, I'm going to pin something else here. I'm going to pin this. Okay. Yeah. And that's going to grow over time. This is the power of this, because it'll grow over time. It'll grow over time. This is how you compound your business. This is why reselling is really hard, because you can't compound your business. The only thing you're compounding is how big your inventory is getting. But every time your inventory increases, right? When your inventory increases, what does that mean? That means I got to get more space. I got to have like more shelves. I got to have more like poly bags and banker boxes to store my items in. My inventory system needs to upgrade as well, because I've got to have a number system, and I've got to have the dates, and I got to be able to audit this stuff. And I want to make sure that I have multiple points of verification. So in my 7,000 items, if I sell something, I don't go and spend 45 minutes looking for an item that I sold and only made $15 off of. That doesn't make any sense, because it doesn't scale up. It doesn't scale up. Reselling is very difficult to scale, because in the very nature of scaling the inventory, you're scaling the overhead as well, right? And for what? No customer lifetime value. Your customer lifetime value is whatever you sell your item for, because they don't come back to you again and again, which means that you got to go find more customers, which means you got to optimize your listings. And then all your only levers in your business is price, promo, and offers to watchers or likers or whatever platform you're on, right? What can I do in my Poshmark business? I can only share my closet for the 80th time today. Maybe that will do it, even though everyone else on the app is doing it. I can do offers to watchers, or I think they're called offers to watchers on there, or maybe likers, I don't remember, right? Or I can discount the item, which all three of those things, right? All three of those things is eating into my margin. Well, I guess not sharing my closet, but if I'm running promotion, if I'm reducing the overall price, or I'm making an offer, I'm not going to make an offer like, hey, here's my offer, buy it at the listing price. That's a poor offer. Nope. So those are my three things, and all of it eats into the very thing as a reseller that I need to protect, which is margin, because that's how my business stays afloat, right? That makes no sense. How are you going to grow a business doing that? This, though, right? I can take a loss on getting a super fan, because this super fan, not only will they come back and spend more money with me over a period of time. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Not only will they do that. Thank you so much for the tip. That's so generous of you. My wife was very excited to come into your show today. She was very excited. She was like, Valley of the Dolly is live right now. Look at this. And I'm like, I'm so sorry. I can't. I'm doing something else right now. But if you catch my wife's eye on this, she was very excited. So thank you for being here. Thank you so much for that. We appreciate you. Uh-oh. She did all capital letters on that. Oh man, gotta watch out. She's gonna be in there. Valley of the Dolly's like, I know. That $20 is coming back to me. That $20 was an investment. It's coming back to me. Oh man, I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. Thanks for being here. We really hope that that all this stuff like blesses y'all, and that you guys see like over time that as your business grows, like we just want this to be like the best thing ever is the messages y'all that you guys send in and just be like, oh my gosh, like this is what's happening, right? And then what happens is you tell other people. So that's why it's like you can't lose in a business that where your super fans are growing again and again, right? That's why like we were resellers through and through. Okay, I try to do the sourcing part. I can't. The bins ain't for me. Walking into Goodwills and thrift stores ain't for me, right? I'm more of like the back end, like numbers and frameworks and all that stuff. I source differently than my wife, but we burned out in reselling. And I want you guys to understand something about like reselling. When we write all this stuff, all these things, we had moved from reselling into live selling and went full force into live selling, and we left the reselling world behind. We didn't even like go through it. It took us a while to go through when we started live selling coaching. What we wanted to do is we wanted to help people to solve their problems, right? Um, hmm. And the cost of a new buyer is such a valuable tool and lesson to understand. Yeah, have you used that? That tracker's up, by the way. Valley of the Dolly. The tracker's up, by the way. So it's released. You can. Are you? I think you're in Foundations. Is that right? If you're in Foundations, go use that. Um. Okay. Cool. Yes. Sweet. Okay. We were reselling, we were live selling for a couple of years, and then we were like, we should coach other people on how to. We started doing Q&As, just being like, let's have conversations with people. And we were just winging it. We were doing this, we were just winging it, right? We didn't have any frameworks that we were talking about. We talked about a few things that we use for ourselves, right? I talked a bit about like customer lifetime value and some of these things. But all I was doing is we'd sit down and we would just field questions. Let's just field some questions. So throw your questions in. And we just saw these similarities in all the questions. But the issue with answering the question was the foundation behind it wasn't there. So it was like, I can answer that question for you, but it's not going to work because it's a tactical answer. And you're asking a tactical question, which is going to get a tactical answer. But that tactic doesn't make any sense unless you understand the strategy of what you're doing. And so I was like, oh man, how do we do this? How do we do this? And so that's when we already had frameworks for what we were doing. And so we started teaching live sellers, right? And one of the things, whenever, just by the way, this is helpful for anyone, you have an avatar or a marketing avatar, right? An avatar is when you decide that you're going to sell a product or a service, whatever it is, and you create an avatar that is it can be like a real person who's like your perfect client, right? Or customer, or it can be somebody that you make up, but you're like, this person's name is Hannah. She is 27 years old. She is a mom of two. And you create an avatar, right? And then you write out her problems. Here are all of Hannah's problems, okay? And then we go through and say, based off of all of her problems, how can we solve all of her problems for her, okay? But we have to go in and be like, Hannah is a reseller. Hannah has 1,000 items listed across 5 platforms. Why? Because that was who we were. We had 7,200 active listings on eBay. We were selling on 5 platforms at one time. So we wrote out the avatar. Now, here's the thing that we didn't realize. It had been a couple of years since we had been reselling, and we had left that whole world behind. So what did we do? We went back through all of our old like footage and all of our numbers and everything like that, and we started digging in and being like, oh my gosh, this is a nightmare. This is a nightmare. We were living in a nightmare. We're now living this dream scenario with live selling that is in comparison to reselling. Reselling is a nightmare. Why? We are listing 50, 60 listings a day. I have just like this tracker over here, I have trackers that go through and be like, this is how many listings every single day, how many new active listings went up, what was our sell-through rate. I have all of the numbers and going through this and being like, this sucks so bad. And then we compared the two things. And I want you to, so that's why we talk about resellers, because I'm like, why are resellers not able to like make this jump? And the reason why we were able to make the jump is because we understood some business principles that I don't think most resellers are aware of. Not that they're bad at business, they just aren't using the same principles as a live seller would use, and they're using a reselling principle in live sales. And it sucks because you see these people are like, you have everything. Everything is, you have all the stuff. We just need to switch up some of your strategies. Boom, and you're off to the races. and then we can build upon that. Kathy says, I have to go now. However, I bookmarked your show so I can be in class again soon. Thank you so much. Yeah, nice meeting you as well, Kathy. I look forward to having more conversations with you. And so the reason why I bring this up is then what you do is when you do the avatars, like here's how we're going to solve all these problems. And then here's like the emotional thing that we're going to solve for. And Jen had brought up, she's like, the joy is restored in treasure hunting. The joy is restored into the entire process. Why? Because at one point she was thrifting like hundreds of items every single day so that we could list as many listings as we could onto eBay and Poshmark and all that. And she got burned out. She was just like, this sucks. I hate sourcing now. I hate having to list at this level, right? And then live selling, when we came back through, she loves it now. She loves it. She has no problem going out and going and sourcing all day long. She loves it because the joy is restored back to the entire process, right? So she loves sourcing it to the point that she loves shipping it. Why? Because she has a relationship with her buyers, and she's like, I want to like be the last person to like touch this before it goes out. And we had to like pull it and like, no, we gotta like outsource this portion of our business because you only have so much time that you can put into everything, and the shipping's the first thing. But I love it. that's what my 3-year-old says for everything. I'm like, JJ, you can't play near this window well. Stop trying to lift this thing up. But I love it. I want to play. He wants to get in the window well. I'm like, there's spiders down there, dude. You don't want to hang out down in the window. But I love it. But you love it? Okay. But I love it. I feel that. I love sourcing and shipping. I hate the listing aspect of traditional reselling platforms. Yeah. And what happens, Emily, is that people will continue to like do that, and then they hate the sourcing side of it because they hate their business, because they hate listing like that. I got on TikTok and I type in like resellers and I like eBay sellers and all this, right? And I'm like, TikTok, this is what I'm looking for. And I would just scroll through videos and all of them would be resellers, right? And I couldn't believe the amount of videos that I came across of resellers crying. Like there are women who are just like, I am so burned out. I don't want to, I've been doing 10 listings. I don't want to do, I have no motivation to do any listing. I seriously cannot measure another item. I hate this. Or somebody who's like, I have been listing so consistently and my business dipped and I don't know why. And I don't even know what to do at this point. Like my eBay store is not performing as well as it could be, right? Or people that are like, so many things of just being like, oh my gosh, I feel this so deeply because it was conversations my wife was telling me. She was telling me this, like just being like, I hate this. And I'm like, I'm sorry, we're in now. We're in now. It started off with this love for finding underpriced, undervalued items and then taking it to market. And she's like, are you serious? This is my dream job. So I get to go out there and I get a treasure hunt and then we're going to sell it. Yeah. And it turned into a nightmare because in order to do it, you got to do volume and margin, volume and margin, volume and margin. And so all the joy was sucked out of it just because of the volume aspect of it. You want to grow a big eBay business, you've got to have a growing inventory, a growing, right? Yeah. Emily, I'm telling you, like we reached a point, like it was like contentious between us because she's like, this isn't working. I'm like, it is working. It's just that we have to take all the money and put it back into new inventory, and we got to keep building out the infrastructure that allows us to take profit off the top. But we can't do it so we have to pay an in-house lister. We have to pay virtual assistants in order to do this. We have to pay for a cross lister. We have to pay for storage units because it's growing. We're building the infrastructure. She's like, how long do we have to do this for? Like 2 to 3 more years before this thing pops off, or we can increase the volume. Oh, I can't. I'm burned out. I don't even want to do the volume we're doing right now. So she's frustrated and I'm frustrated. Frustrated because where do we go from here? I'm like, it's working. We're quote unquote profitable, but we have our cash flow is not enough to grow the business. So when I sat down and looked at it, I'm like, we got to invest like $10,000 to $20,000 and go get a bunch of inventory, and we got to list that thing. We got to make a jump. We got to like move up into the volume game. If we're going to play the volume game, we got to do this thing, right? We need the velocity in our business in order to get to that level. And it like 20 to 30 listings a day was not going to do it. Not for what we were trying to do. Not for what we were trying to do. And for some people, they're like 20 to 30 listings a day. That's crazy. We were doing 50 to 60 listings a day, sometimes 80 listings a day. Our goal was 100 listings a day. I think we only reached that goal. I should go look through our numbers. I think we only reached that goal like one time. So what do? We do the shame and the guilt, and we're not working hard enough. Even though I'm getting up early, we are getting up early. Then I'm going to work. We're taking Gracie to school. Jen's going outsourcing. We have an in-house lister that's coming in and listing things, right? And we're paying for that. And then what? Then in the evening, I get done with work. We get Gracie. We then go to our storage units and we ship everything out, and we put in all the new inventory that was just listed that day, all the new listings that just went up. We're putting that in for months. For months, we did that for 4 years. We're watching our listings grow up. Active listings, 7,200 active listings on eBay. You don't accidentally like do that. That's not like a hard week of work. That's months upon months of work. Because at the same time, we're making sales, right? And then we're just tracking this thing. Margin, volume, margin, volume, margin, volume. And we didn't exist in any of that. And then what were our levers? Price, promo, offers to watchers. So now I got to sit down on eBay and make offers to watchers. What am I going to do? This is what I bought it for. This is or it's a horrible way to try to run a business because it doesn't scale. The only thing that scales is using people's labor and growing inventory, volume, and margin. So if you guys have how many of you are resellers? How many of you are resellers that you've been reselling? You're either former resellers or you're currently reselling. I want you to know something. The business didn't work, not your fault. How is that going to work? Well, I can make some side money. Yeah, you can make some side money, but you might as well just drive Uber for the same. You might as well, because y'all, if it didn't work, it's not your fault. The vehicle is a big, that business model is difficult to scale up. You've got to use volume, which requires labor, and you got to do margins, which means you got to know your numbers. You have to know your numbers. You need to know exactly what your sell-through rate is. You need to know how many active listings you're putting up every day. You need to know what your earnings per piece is. You need to know your cost of goods sold. You need to understand your inventory system, right? If you have tried to scale a reselling business and it did not work, that's not your fault. It's not your fault. And for those of you that have any shame or guilt about having a bunch of inventory and you are reselling and now you're like, oh, stupid me, I shouldn't have all this inventory. Now I'm ashamed of all the inventory that I have because I went out there and people are like, are you hoarding? Like, no, I'm running a reselling business. They're like, well, this thing isn't working all that well. Right? And so for any of you that you have any shame or guilt around the massive amount of inventory that you have, just know that makes sense that you have a growing inventory. You're supposed to have a lot of inventory. That's how you grow a reselling business. Of course you have an inventory, a growing inventory, right? Of course you have hundreds, if not thousands of items. How many items are you all sitting on right now? How many items? How big is your inventory? If you don't mind sharing. I want you guys to understand a concept. It says, this psychologist by the name of Carl Rogers says, the more personal, the more universal. What does that mean? It means that the more personal we have, that we believe that our problems are, that no one else is dealing with it, it's actually the more universal it is. Okay? The more personal, the more universal. So for those of you, like how much inventory you're seeing, I just want you to know something. We've literally talked to hundreds of resellers. And the amount of like emotional stuff that is tied to inventory and to product and all of that, I want you to know is not your fault, but it is your responsibility. So now we got to take care of it. We got to move some items. We got to take control. How many of you are feeling overwhelmed by your inventory? Let me know. Any of you feeling overwhelmed by your inventory? Because let's go handle it. Let's go do this. 4,000, 1,800 listings. Yes, me. So this is the thing that we see. Okay. There are 3 types of people who really resonate with master live sales. These things that we go through. Either they are resellers, recovering resellers, who are sitting on massive amounts of inventory. Okay. Or they're brand new to live sales and they just love this thing and they want to get started with it and they don't know where to get started. Or they're currently selling, but they're not getting traction in their business. Okay. Those are the three main, like, again, going kind of back to like avatars. Those are like the demographic, psychographic of the people that we work with. I'm going to chill for a second and talk to y'all. Okay. And I want you to know something. Okay. I want you to know something. I'm going to grab this. It makes sense. It would make sense that you're overwhelmed by all of this. It would make sense because and I want you to know that this is actually super common. So we'd have a conversation, and what happens is people are so overwhelmed by the inventory that they have that they can't take action on their business. They it's like it's like it's like you know you have like a really messy room and you're like, where do I even begin? Or you're like, I got to clean out this, right? And it's so much stuff that we don't even know where to begin. Is that how y'all feel with your inventory? Like, I don't even know where to start with it. All right. Hi. I received a call. I received a call. All right. Thanks, Julie. Oh, my buddy sent me a video and another video. Oh man, I want to see it. Okay. Um, okay. For those of you that are sitting on a massive amount of inventory and you're overwhelmed and it's making it difficult to get going in your live selling business, let's deal with that. Okay. Let's deal with that. Number one, I want you to realize any sort of like shame or guilt or any of that stuff. Oh, yeah. Julie, buy one of these off of Amazon. It's a phone fan that you put on the back. We take the case off our phone, put this on the back, and then it won't overheat. It has a cooling feature right here, and it'll help you so that your phone doesn't overheat. Especially when you're doing like so many hours live. It's literally change things for you. I promise, Julie. It's my favorite thing to do, and that wasn't even my thing. Yeah. So, whatnot, it, like, drains batteries. I'll be watching a whatnot show and then I'll like close my phone, but the show will keep going. And like, I come back and I'm like, uh-oh, my battery's dead. All right. For those of you that are sitting on massive amounts of inventory, I want you to know something that makes sense. So stop with the shame and the guilt and the embarrassment, and you don't want anyone to know about it, and you're taking it personally, like you've done something wrong. None of that stuff. Don't do that. Okay. The reason why is like you got to understand in reselling that makes sense that you would have a you would have massive amounts of it. That's how you successfully run a reselling business. So it'd be really silly to like do the thing that you're supposed to do and then be like, oh no, I'm so dumb for doing that. No, you got to understand like that's how you scale up. That's how you grow a reselling business. And you're not going to sell all your stuff in one day. Do you get that? Like eBay's not going to sell out your store in one day. Poshmark isn't going to sell out your closet in one day. And you are the warehouse for those businesses, those platforms. They don't store it. Poshmark doesn't have warehouses. eBay doesn't have warehouses. You're the warehouse. And they're not going to sell out your entire store in one day. Why? Because it is in their best interest, because they're a search engine, that there is as many listings as possible. When a customer comes on and types in whatever they're looking for and all these listings come up, they want all these options available. So they don't want it to be to where they're not going to sell out your store in one day. I usually put a fan under the phone. It was dead. I want one of those fans, but don't know how to use it with the ring light stand too. Oh yeah. I don't know how that would work either. because we're just using a tripod. You could maybe just use the ring light stand and just put it right behind it, right behind your phone, and still be able to do it. What if it's the wrong inventory? I have such a great idea and it's stuck in the queue behind getting rid of the old stuff. Okay, so let's talk about that. Be aware of phantom rules. So Jen and I will talk about stuff of being like, we will create rules for our business, and then based off of those rules, then we adhere to those rules. But sometimes the rules don't work for us. Meaning, you don't have a queue. That's a made up thing. You just have stuff, and you have a queue for like, oh, this stuff is sitting behind this stuff, right? Well, you can clear the queue. The queue, you just go delete on the queue, right? You don't have a queue for your stuff. If you're sitting on stuff, right? Because this is where the contradiction comes in for resellers and live sellers, right? Resellers are working primarily product based, inventory heavy. It is all about a growing inventory and product, product, product. Live sellers operate differently where they're like, product is part of it, but I want super fans and I want data. Okay. So the transition to make in mindset is moving from, I have all this inventory and I got to do something with it. Instead, looking at it from a live seller, which we would come in and do and being like, wait, let me see your stuff. Okay, cool. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take this stuff out here because I think we can move this, right? And we're going to extract as much data and super fans out of the inventory as possible. That's what we're doing. What most resellers are trying to do is they're trying to like shut down their reselling business by extracting as much money as they can out of the inventory, right? So they're trying to get margin and at the same time grow a live selling business, which is the opposite. It's like having two businesses. You get what I'm saying? It's like, what would it be like? What are two opposite businesses? Um, your, yeah, I don't know. I'll probably come up with a good analogy for this later. So what we want to do instead is we want to become live sellers that now have, for a reseller that is moving into live selling, the amount of inventory that you have is a burden for you. But for a live seller, that's our dream. Your problem is our dream. Where we're like, we need stuff. We need stuff, right? And so, but you have that. But in order for you to get the value that you want out of it, you have to understand that you're not trying to get your money out of it. You're not trying to get your money back out of it. Too many people are going into and looking like, no, I got to get my money back on this. Why? Because I put all this money into it. That's called sunk cost fallacy. That means just because I invested this much into this thing, even if it's not working for me anymore, I need to get my investment out. In day trading, it's called revenge trading. So what will happen is somebody will get into a trade, which is the same thing you're doing every time you pick up one piece of inventory, is you're making a trade. I'm going to trade this money for this item with the hopes that this item is going to go up in value. Okay. Same thing with day trading. I'm going to purchase this. Maybe if it's foreign exchange or whatever it is, I'm going to purchase the whatever this is. Let's say it's a stock. I'm going to purchase Microsoft with the hopes that this thing goes up. What revenge trading is when a trader gets in on a trade and let's say that they want it to go long or it goes up, and then what they do is but it goes down instead, is what they'll do is they'll hang on to it or they'll close the trade and then they're like, I got to go get my money back. And so what they do is they start doing revenge trading, which blows their account up, meaning like they will have built up this account and then they within like a couple of weeks they'll blow this thing up because they're trying to get their money back off of those trades. No, I got to get my money back. I got to get my money back. I got to get my money. And it's poor decision making. And it actually, that's how people blow up their accounts. Like there are stories of people being like, I had 100 grand in this thing. Within 10 days, I had like 30 grand. That type of stuff based off of revenge trading. And a lot of times resellers do the same thing. I need to get my money back, right? No, you don't. Money is replenishable. Inventory is replenishable. Time is not replenishable. The thing that you need to get back is you need to get the velocity in your business going. You're not trying to make your money back from your reselling inventory. That's not your goal. If you do that, then your strategy has to align to that, which means that you have to focus on margin, which is the exact opposite of growing a live selling business. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to liquidate your reselling business in order to get the money so you can do live selling instead of reframe the inventory that you have and say, I'm not here to get margin out of this. I'm here to get super fans and I'm here to get data that will give me my live selling business because I'm going to use this and you're going to be an alchemist. Okay. You're going to take this thing that is a burden in the reselling world because now you're not reselling anymore. Your reselling business can be a burden. Our reselling business was a burden. We had major overhead. This thing had to be fed. We had we had storage units. We had virtual assistants. We had cross listing. We had all the bags and the shelves and all that stuff. And then we had to tear all that stuff down. Right? It was a burden. It was a burden, especially when you understand live selling. You're trying to get when you're trying to get into live selling. Okay, but all you're going to do is you're going to be the alchemist. Okay. What you're going to do instead is you're not going to go in with the idea that you're going to get margin out of your inventory. That's not the goal. That's reselling. So don't try to turn a reselling business and get margin and then turn it into a live selling business when the very thing that you need for a live selling business is sitting in front of you. When you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. Wayne Dyer said that he said Max Planck is the one who said that. Okay, Max Planck was a physicist. He's like the father of quantum physics. Okay, he says Dr. Wayne Dyer as an author, really good. I really like Wayne Dyer, but he says when you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. Meaning your inventory right now, if it feels like a burden, like a physical, mental, emotional burden, we just need to change the way that you're looking, right? We need to change the way that we're looking at things. Okay? We need to change the way we're looking at things. We are not looking at our inventory that we built for a reselling business to now be used in order to we're going to not look at it through the reseller lens. We're going to look at it through the live selling lens. And the live selling lens is how do I take this stuff and I get super fans and data? And the way that you do that is you go in and you look to make sales. Your goal is to make sales. Your goal is not to get customers so that you can make sales to sell it at the price that you want. That's not your target. Your goal is to make sales. How do you make sales? Floor to ceiling pricing model. Understand that your job is to get people to say yes. That's it. That's it. You're going to go buy Superfans. How do you buy it? You're going to use these things as a loss leader. What's a loss leader? The customer lifetime value for Starbucks is like $14,000 to $25,000, meaning that somebody will come in and buy a Frappuccino from them. And on average, that person will come in one time and buy, on average, they will come back and spend $14,000 over the course of their lifetime with them, upwards to $25,000. Okay. Let that sink in for a moment because there's nothing on the Starbucks menu that goes for $1,000, which means that's a lot of Frappuccinos. Now, some people will buy a Frappuccino and never come back. And somebody else will buy a Frappuccino every day in the morning, plus some merch for 30 years. Okay. The average between those is $14,000. Okay. Well, you don't know. It's the same thing with you. You have people who will buy from you, who will spend thousands of dollars with you over the course of their lifetime. You just don't know who that is. So if that's the game that we're trying to do is get as many super fans who are going to spend hundreds, if not thousands of dollars with us, then we want to get as many of those as possible and get really good at creating an experience that has people coming back again and again. That's your entire focus. Your entire focus is to grow a live selling business. How do you do that? By getting data. So you're going to buy super fans, right? And so it's called a loss leader. What's a loss leader? A loss leader is where you're willing to take a loss on something in order to get, so you'll take a loss on something in order to get a customer because you know that customer is going to come back and buy from you again and again. Now, at first, you're buying a lot of data, okay? You're selling stuff at a loss in order to buy data and to buy super fans. And at first it looks like you're losing, but if you're not using that number tracker that you have in Foundations, if you're not using that dashboard, you're going to feel like you're losing. It's going to feel like you're losing because we take this reseller mindset and we hold on to it. And we think, yeah, I get what you're saying. Super fans and data. Yeah. But I got to make my margin. No, you don't. No, you don't. The money is gone. You're sitting on inventory that is costing you money. That money is gone. Now you're going to be an alchemist. You're going to take that inventory and you're going to turn it into super fans, which will bring you margin later, but you're not focused on making your money back. It's craziness. It's craziness. Y'all, I'm going to go off on this for a second. If on day one you were trying to grow a business and you need to be profitable on day one, you need to go drive for Uber, because no business starts out on day one being absolutely 100% profitable. They have to put something in first, whether it's time, sweat, equity, or an investment up front. There's no, businesses don't operate in the profit margin, in profit, in the black on the first transaction. That's craziness. That's craziness. That's like going into a coffee shop that just opened and you're the first customer and they're like, hey, it's $150 for this Americano. You're like, why? Well, I got to make profit. I just bought these espresso machines and I had to lease the building and I had to like all this decor and all the tables and stuff. I got to be profitable. You're not profitable. You can't be profitable on day one. You got to go first. You got to invest into it. And then the business will kick out asymmetrical returns, right? What if they are different segments, closed versus unique finds, still worth doing loss leader? So what you're going to do is the reason, so let's understand something about the loss leader. The loss leader is not designed for you to only get a super fan. It's also for you to get data to figure out what's a good purchase and what's a bad purchase. Okay. That's what it's designed for. It's designed to get super fans and data to figure out what's working. Okay. So what does that mean? I want data based off of what I'm going to continue to grow and build my business in. Okay. So for example, if I have a bunch of like toys, right, but I'm not going to live sell those toys, I'm not going to go through the time and the effort to try to move that stuff on Whatnot as a loss leader in order to get super fans for something I'm not even going to grow a business in. It doesn't make any sense to do that. That is what that is that would be us under the guise of us trying to like do loss leaders, but we're not loss leader. That's liquidation. We're liquidating as we're getting out of business. When I had that conversation earlier with Vogue Vault, that's what I was asking about. Are you going to continue to grow your business? And if the answer is like, no, I'm not going to live sell, like, cool, then don't live sell. It doesn't make sense for us to do that on Whatnot. If you're looking to get rid of inventory that you're not going to sell on Whatnot, you should find somebody to do that. That's why I'm like, I think we got to build a space within our community that allows for this to happen. So, yeah. So, what kind of clothing do you have? Black Oak Trading. What kind of inventory are you looking at that you have right now? Melissa, if you're down, I would love, we can co-host if you want. I know that's like where it's like, what? I'm on, and it's totally fine. But if you wanted to, okay, so men's and women's middle level clothing. Is it contemporary clothing or is it vintage? Okay, contemporary clothing. Okay. Okay, so what I would do if I were, and you're not planning on going into that, right, Melissa? What are you selling? What are you going to be doing? I know you're a part of our community, right? You're part of Foundations, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, okay, cool. What are you gonna be selling live? And by the way, y'all, like, you can sell in multiple categories, you just can't do it at the same time. And you should build one category at a time, especially if you're new to live selling. If you've been doing it for a bit, you can. I'm gonna eat. I'm gonna rudely eat in front of y'all. People are coming in, have never seen me before. This guy says Master Live sells and he's eating on camera. Nuts. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Can you help me in understanding what a unique find might be? More about production and storytelling. Don't get me amped up, Melissa. I know that you know my stuff. Don't start getting me like amped up about this stuff. What can you give me an example of a unique find? Let's co-host. Let's co-host. I love that. Are you okay? Real quick, before I do it, Melissa, are you ready right now? If you need to tinkle or get some coffee or anything like that, okay. Just gotta check. All right, cool. Alexa, pause. I think I did it. What is up?
Hello,
Melissa, how are you?
welcome from Washington State. So we're a little further away from you.
Hey, there are other people in the community that are up in Washington.
Oh,
So that's cool.
cool.
We
Oh,
might have to
yeah.
do some.
Oh, yeah. I think I heard Spicy Nana is up in this neck of the woods too. So
Hmm.
I've
Oh yeah.
got to find all that out. So,
Hmm.
oh, and Nestle Threads too. Cool. Awesome. Yay.
Look at that.
Washington's awesome. So I'm kind of going in a different direction. So initially I was doing reselling on eBay, um, and decided that that was just too much work. I didn't want to sit there and take all of the pictures and do all of that work. So I decided I was going to get into Whatnot because it sounded a lot more interesting. So we've got bins about 45 minutes away from my house. So I thought I was going to get into that and focus on that. And then through sitting and listening to all of your stories and watching Jen and everything else, I came up with a different idea. So, and I'm massaging it right now, so you'll have to bear with me.
Yeah, let's do
But
it.
ultimately, what it is going to be is it's going to be like an adventure tavern themed show where people are. So basically, it's going to be like I'm sending people out to go and scavenge like a D&D or an adventure type of environment. They go and they get these trinkets, these cool things that I can work into a story and bring them back for sale for people. So adding the storytelling aspect of it, adding the production aspect, lighting, storytelling, and then also the OBS stuff on the top of it for overlays and things like that. So it's going to become more of that type of a thing because I found out that I like clothes. I don't have, the ability. I'm a big girl. It's harder for me to model it, do all of that, interaction thing like Jen does and a lot of other people. And it's just not my strong suit. So instead, I wanted to lean into the geekier aspect, and it's really fun and exciting, and you can get people into that mindset of, this is unique. This was found as a part of all of this. So that's kind of what I'm building on, and building on that uniqueness. So it could be anything from, you know, um, a rare book to an amulet to potion bottles to, all those different kinds of things to bring in that type of a community, that type of a mindset um, so that anyway, that is kind of the thought process there.
Okay. Really cool. So would it be like a consignment type thing where people would find and then you would, so are they, do you have physical ownership of the product
Yes.
or other people? Okay. So you would have the product itself. Okay, cool.
Mhm.
Okay. So a couple things that I love the idea,
Okay.
especially when it is something that you're passionate about.
Mhm.
Do you have anything else as far as categories that would run parallel to this of like cards or like any sort of D&D or games or things like that that would be something that you would have as well so that you have cash flow as you're growing this portion because your audience is going to be very it's going to fall into some of these categories of like games and like
Mhm.
certain types of cards and things like that.
Mhm.
And so and if you have like the physical product, I have like my best friend is like the person who you're going for, right? And so
Okay.
I think about these things as well because I get totally what you're saying because some of these objects itself are going to be so cool to have,
Mhm.
especially if it has like a storytelling aspect to it, right? And
Yeah.
you're only going to get better and better at doing that over time, which is going to be awesome. But what I'm looking at from the economics of it is as you're building that out, what are some of the other things that you can offer as well that would run parallel to this idea so that you are because one of the things that might be a little bit difficult that I'm just thinking off the top of my head is we're
Yeah.
bringing new people in,
Mhm.
they already have something. How do we move from awareness into they're most likely going to be aware of something that they're already familiar with.
Right.
So, is there anything that we can use as like that would be your way of getting them in and bringing them into your world, and then they're deeply invested into your world because the customer lifetime value and like just like the loyalty will be super deep. But we
Mhm.
have to start with something that already exists in
Okay.
order to bring them into that world. You get what I'm saying?
I
So, like
do.
Magic the Gathering,
Mhm.
or like really cool board games, or could be books or certain types of movies, things like that.
Yeah.
That type of stuff that you can use that as the you like you we attract you in with this, and then let me introduce you into a whole deeper realm of this, which will like that would be the thing that I would look at. Is there anything that comes to
Okay.
mind as I say that?
Oh yeah. So my husband, for a long time, has wanted to open up his own gaming shop. So access to that is actually pretty easy. We're also a partnership with a company down in Utah, because we used to be in Las Vegas. And so there's an actual booth where they go out to all these Renaissance fairs and everything else. So access to that stuff is actually really easy for me.
This is awesome. Okay,
Yeah.
fantastic. Okay, this is really cool. All right. The clothing that you got. How
Mhm.
much do you have?
I probably I have at least 6 racks of clothing.
Okay. Okay, cool. Um, we're not sitting on 14,000 square foot warehouse or anything like
No,
that.
thank
Okay,
goodness. No, I
cool.
didn't go that crazy.
Okay.
Not that nuts.
Okay, cool. I just kind of wanted to see because um I would definitely want to clear out that space. I love the direction you're going. You're already in the space. You and your husband already like y'all already doing this, and you have access to that level of inventory.
Mhm.
And using the same things where you're going to use, so get them in through this type of stuff and then figure out a way in order to introduce them to an idea which your market is going to like just latch on to. You're going to have like super fans, like we'll have to come up with a different name than super fans. It's not quite the same. It's going to be like,
Gonna
it's like
be
ride or die type stuff,
Well,
right?
I have to say, yeah, because they can be kind of rabid. Obviously you've got a best friend who's kind of into that, and so it's like everybody is like a little offshoot of it. So it's a matter of trying to figure out, what's the entry point, what's the best way of
Mhm.
doing that. So, but I mean,
Yeah.
so that's my goal. I already have the whole setup, the tavern setup's all done, and everything else. So it's just a matter of, sourcing the items that I think are going to go well, and of
Mhm.
course, I have all this other stuff that's kind of sitting in the way. So it's either
Yeah.
liquidating it or, I hate to spend the time doing show after show on
Yeah,
a
and I
something that
don't want you
isn't.
to do that as well because you're going to be developing a skill set for it'd be like you're like, well, I have to like train for this marathon over here, but I'm also doing this, and it's like, well, we might as well not spend time on that. One of the things that I would do is I would maybe put a post in Foundations, just
Okay.
say, hey, if anyone would be interested in this, this is I have like maybe a quick description of it, be
Mhm.
like, hey, I'm happy to FaceTime or co-host or whatever it is. And then I would just go through and look to create some space, and you'll help somebody who sells that, who does contemporary. I can think of, maybe uh, just look for people who are looking, who are already selling,
Mhm.
that are in the community, and see where they're at. If they sell something
Absolutely.
similar, I have a few people in mind, but I also know that they're working through some inventory, or they have a lot of inventory as well. So I want to make
Okay.
sure that it's something that would be a benefit to both sides. And I
Cool.
love where you're going with this. It's really cool. So you guys have a physical location as well for your game.
There was. I'm not sure if it's still there, honestly. It's down in, goodness, it's one of the malls. I wanna say it's in Provo. But right now, I think we're doing a maker space down there, and then I think we also, like I said, have the Renaissance fairs and stuff like that we go to, conventions, all kinds of different stuff. So
Okay, very cool. All right, cool. So so now you know your avatar, you know what it is, and then what you're going to be using is the very first part of it is figuring out the data for like what is you're going to use already developed brands,
mhm,
or that is going to bring them in, who's going to most likely, based off of that type of brand, who is most likely going to be the avatar for who's going to go and go deeper into what you're doing with these specialty items. Are these
okay.
items that you're sourcing?
Yes.
Okay, very cool. That's awesome. Do you already have a bunch of these items?
I don't, because all of everything had been kind of put into the other one idea, and then when this one hit me after watching, it's all your fault, by the way, after watching your talking, and I'm like, I really need to lean into something that I'm passionate about, and I mean, that's a game changer right there. So
Mhm.
I
Yeah.
no, I have to get more of it.
Okay, cool. Not a problem. You're gonna love treasure hunting this stuff. Also, the story of how you acquire it as well will be really cool to hear as well. So I'm excited to see how this unfolds. It's gonna be really cool. So thank you so much,
Well, thank
Melissa.
you.
And I'm excited. Post in there. We'll go in and comment on the post, and we'll draw attention to it. And if
Okay.
we'll keep you in mind for anyone that's doing it, it's men's and women's contemporary,
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I've got everything from I've got some like Australian leather hats to like jackets, things like that, which of course it's all going out of season, so I have to keep that in mind as well. So,
Okay.
but yeah, I'll make a post out there.
Okay, cool. Hey,
So,
pleasure talking with you. I'm very
thank
excited about this.
you. All
Yeah.
right. I'll
Okay,
hang
I'll
out.
talk
I
to you soon.
promise. Now you're just going to have to kick me
Yeah,
somehow
I
out of
think I
this
have to kick
thing.
you out. Yeah, I got you. Let me see. Can you say hi real quick?
Hi.
Oh, I got you. I got you. I meant yeah, I got you.
Oh, you mean right
Here we
there.
go.
Okay, got
Bye. All right. Okay. Yo, that was really cool. Did you guys hope you guys got value out of that? How many of you by the way, I'm open to co-hosting for any of y'all if you have any questions, you want to talk flush through an idea. Happy to have a conversation. I love the concept. I think that live selling has the ability. It's going to be able to all the things that she was talking about is absolutely going to do it. All we need to do is make sure that we're bringing people in through a known channel already, so that then work on our idea. If we try to do something from like a brand new place, it becomes difficult because we essentially have to build a brand in order to do that, which we can, but there's this beautiful thing with live selling where you can go find where the people are, where they're already going, and then just say, hey, I've got something similar as well. And I got something that's even cooler than this, and then bring them in. So I love that. Anyone else? I know that we are, I know that I'm curious, how many of you in here right now, anyone in here who's new or who's not familiar with what we're doing? Can we sell our digital downloads? Yes, and there is there's some ways that you got to go about doing it. Yes, and there'll be some strategies that have worked for us to be able to do it. It just becomes like whatnot's not set up for it right now, and so we have stuff that we sell that's digital, but it becomes something that you have to go through and still fulfill on the terms of service. So I would just yeah, that's what I would look at doing. What about our books on other platforms? Um can you give me a little bit more context? I got to eat some food right now. I know, so rude, but we're all friends here. Some of y'all are eating too. Mhm. What do you mean on other platforms? So we focus here on live sales. Um, I know, I knew you would have let me, Melissa. I just wanted to, I don't know. I just want you to know that I'm like, you have my full undivided attention. I'm an author of digital books and physical books. So live selling is what we're teaching here. The answer is yes, you can, but Whatnot is not set up for that because Whatnot's set up for physical products, which will totally work because you can sell your physical books. And so what you'll want to do is you're going to want to find some ways that you can bring that into a live selling uh, into a show. How can you put on a show that's going to help you to do that, and making sure that you're doing terms of making sure that you're not like, hey, people on Whatnot, go to Amazon. Well, you can't do that. Whatnot's not going to be down with that. So, but not that you were going to do that, but you're going to want to be aware of those things of how you go about doing it. And so we sell digital products, but the way that we do it, we fulfill with a physical, something physical. And we've been doing it for a while. Whatnot's aware of what we're doing. There's no way that they're not. In fact, I think that's why you can put like eBay in the chat. I think some people's eBay like it mutes it, but I think they allow me to do it in here. I swear they do. Um, yeah, it's against regulations to have people go anywhere else where you're like going and selling. So totally. I hear you, baby. Okay. Um, y'all, I am going to for those of you that are not part of foundations and you're doing live sales, I highly recommend that you just join in the community. It's $1 a day. And I'm biased towards it because this is our community. But like truly what we're putting into the community is designed to help you in your business. And that we're always working off of the concept of like 10%. Like if you invest this, right? Yeah, you can sell the physical copies on here for sure. For sure. The live selling principles that I teach here are still going to apply. They're still going to apply. And so you're still going to, in order to do that, you're still going to have to follow the principles of what we talk about with being able to get super fans that come back again and again. One of the things that you'll want to look at is if you are selling a one-off product one time and it doesn't make sense for somebody to buy from you again and again, that becomes a little bit more difficult to do because you got to have a lot of people coming in the front door because they buy one product and then they leave because there's nothing else for them to purchase. So just something to keep in mind is that one of the advantages of doing live sales is that you can build customer lifetime value, people that come back and buy from you again and again, but it becomes difficult to do if you only have one thing from them for them to buy from you, and then it doesn't make sense for them to come back and buy anything from you. So that's where it becomes a little bit more difficult, like if you only have one book, right? So people will buy multiple books from you, but they won't buy multiple of the same book unless there's a reason for them to do that. So that's something to keep in mind. And so if I were to do something like that, I would build in some sort of strategy that allows you to sell your thing as well as where they can purchase other things as well from you. So that would be my one thing. If you follow the model of what I'm doing here, that can be helpful. The only thing is that customer lifetime value. Mine's a little bit different because it's built on like coaching, and so and helping people, so they're going to come back and they're going to consume more and more of stuff because it's going to help them to grow in their business. If it's depending on what kind of book it is, it can be a little bit more difficult to do because you only have one offer. You know what I'm saying? So just something to keep in mind. All right. Do y'all have any questions, any challenges that you want to discuss? We're going to jump off here in a bit and we're going to go be we're working on the community. That's really what we're focused on this weekend, is building out the community, bringing more value. We are going to be releasing a light journal. The journal, y'all, the journal and the dashboard that was released today, that dashboard in combination with the journal that we're going to do, which is going to be like a light version of what our like launchpad journal is, which is very in depth. That is the core of it. That's the core of it. Why? Because what you're looking to do is get started with an idea or a product set, a category, and then you're going to you're going to have a plan for what you're doing, and then you're going to work on getting better and better at doing that. How do you do that? You got to know your numbers. You got to understand, like track what it is you're doing. When I send a giveaway in a BW, how do I scan it for proof I've sent it? What is a PWE? Can you help me? I should probably know this term, but I don't. I'm talking about the dashboard. Oh, cool. Plain white envelope. So the thing that you send has to be the same as, like, if you're going to send a sticker, then it has to be aligned with that. So, yeah, you're going to want to You scan it just the same as a package. The answer is yes. You just want to make sure. Um, okay, cool. Sweet. You will scan it with your phone. It's okay if they don't scan it. I know it's better if they do scan it because it'll track it. But as long as it ends up there, it will end up there. Although I need to look. I have like one package that has not shown up. Um, yeah, you're gonna have to be strategic about how you do this. Yeah, you can scan it with your phone. Yeah, so the plain white envelope is going to be first class mail letter, 74 cents shipping, but you need to make sure that it I did. That's awesome. You'll need to make sure. Thanks, Tamika. You need to make sure that it is indeed it fits the parameters of what would go in first class mail letter, which would be like a sticker or something like that. So just make sure that it falls along the lines of that. You talked about production. Tell me how you think people like Gary Vee, Mr. B might change things for whatnot and sellers show production value. So, okay, I love that. Thanks, Melissa. All right. So let's talk about production on two levels. Okay, so on one level, it's going to be the actual quality of it, like cameras and audio and the lighting and all that. So there's that end of it, and then the other one is going to be the the show itself, right? The what's the content of the show. So depending on what it is that you're selling, right? Depending on what it is that you're selling, you're going to want to become more sophisticated over time. What does that look like, right? Um, I'm not sure. I wouldn't be too. Here's the trick with all this. You're going to be a-okay. I know you've sold 4 items. Um, you'll be a-okay. Epic Finds. Just go sell more. go go keep selling. Okay. It'll work out. It'll auto update when it'll show. It'll work out. Okay. um oh, all right, Amber, I don't know what your question was. Amber, if you'll put your other question in there, let me know. So yeah, so production value, where are things going? I Yes, absolutely, with more people coming in, with Mr. Beast and Gary Vee talking about this all the time, that there are people that are coming into whatnot that have never seen it before. Okay, when you have an influx of people that are coming into a platform like this, they're going to gravitate towards, it's going to, you have to raise up the standards in order to get the same amount of attention that's coming in. Initially, at the beginning of whatnot, or at the beginning of any sort of platform or application, you don't have to do the same amount that you will later, because the barrier to entry will be higher. So what is it going to look like? OBS will be like, you have to use OBS. Whatnot already has it so that you can use OBS with this, but that'll be a big piece, especially for what you're doing, Melissa. So your people are going to start being creative about what they're doing. The one thing to pay attention to, though, is it's still going to be the same thing, where people aren't going to, you have to be able to get their attention within 3 to 8 seconds and for them to understand what's happening. So either, that's why I was saying, like, it'll be for you, Melissa, you're going to bring them in through something they already understand, because it's a non-captive audience. Meaning, I got 19 people in here, nobody needs to stay. Right? Oh yeah, Amber, you can use it for your Android tablet, because it's just through Google Sheets. If you have, it's kind of a pain in the butt to use with a mobile device, but you can do it. It's just, and yours will be, yeah, your laptop's broken. Okay. No problem. We will just plug in your numbers, and and you'll just, yeah. When we have a conversation, I'll totally show you how you can do it. Don't blame Sammy for that. Don't blame Sammy for that. That could have. Okay, so Melissa, when we were talking with Melissa, right? So the production value is going to make a difference, but the main thing is we don't want to be creating these major productions for things that people don't know what's going on. It needs to be something that is still very, the experience needs to be built that people can figure out what's happening really quickly. So some of the things that can be difficult with that is, if we have something that's a bit more elaborate and they have to be along for the entire thing. Okay, and I will as well. I'm losing my mod, y'all. um, but what will have to happen is you got to bring them in through a channel they already understand, and then you're going to, as they become super fans for what you're doing, then you can bring them into this next level, right? So Mr. Beast is going to be able to do things that y'all can't do, right? So he could run like full on things, but you can't model Mr. Beast thing because he's going to be bringing in millions of people. He's doing like $1 million giveaways, right? That your thing isn't going to work quite the same. So what you want to make sure is we're not trying to model after these big things, right? What we need to do is bring people into our experience by using something that they already understand, right? Yeah, he's gonna bring a bunch of givey goblins. I know. They're like, wait, you don't do $100,000 giveaway? That's lame. Mr. Beast does. I'm leaving your show. What can I get for free? Yeah, totally. That's fine. Because the people that'll stay, right? The people that will stay, that will become he's going to bring a lot of awareness to it, which is huge, right? Um, especially if your stuff fits the kind of that demographic, right? But just that awareness alone, right, will bring in others. So for example, I don't think that women's vintage is going to pop off because Mr. Beast is doing something right now. However, however, there will be people that come in who are like, whatnot's awesome, and then they spread the word to people who are going to be about women's vintage. You know what I'm saying? Like they're like, you know what I'm saying? None of my real life friends, yeah. um Oh, yeah, exactly. Um, yeah, and I don't see him like Mr. Beast isn't going to be spending his time doing live selling. Mr. Beast has built his thing off of creating content that's all edited and put together in these big events, right? So you might see some stuff where people who already have a really big, huge following like Mr. Beast come in and they have huge teams. They employ like Mr. Beast employs like 500 people, right? It's something crazy like that. He's a billionaire. He has so his production value might change. It was going to be different than us running in our studio here, right? It's going to be a little bit different, but he's not going to be doing this like all the time. Whatnot's going to return. It's going to be back of yeah. Whatnot's going to be focused on what's already working. They're not like, hey, you gotta if you don't have like zooming cameras and like we're not running drones and like everyone has a mic and it's all set up with like perfectly cued music and all that's. You might see a major production from Mr. Beast, but that isn't going to be where Whatnot's going. It's going to continue to be how it is right now. And so we want to continue to focus on our craft of what we're doing and building in the shows that we can. And then Melissa, specifically talking to you, looking for ways to you're going to be creating an experience that people come into. You just won't be able to lead with that experience first. You're going to have to lead with something that you got to have something that draws them in, right? You got to have some sort of like they're coming in for Magic the Gathering, but then you're like, you guys want to see something cool? Look at this thing, right? And it'll absolutely work. You're just gonna have to figure out that sequence of bringing people through. Okay. Yeah. Then about half these people are going to start checking out Whatnot and may convert to buyers, right? Because then they're going to go into other shows, right? He's not. It's not really his money. It's his sponsorships from all the businesses he partners, and maybe a fraction is his, and uses tax write-offs. Yeah, exactly. And so what do we want to do with this major influx of what's happening? And I want you to know something. A lot of times, if we are trying to completely change up our business model and what we're doing based off of like something that's happening, it becomes really difficult to build a business off of that because it needs to be consistent. Like I can't rely on like Super Bowl and be relying on other things to come in to build my business upon when I'm chasing trends, right? Because everyone else is chasing trends as well. So you'll see that just because Whatnot's like, hey, it's New Year's Eve, so if you do this, you don't have to pay any commissions. And so we look at that, we're like, okay, well, if it falls during our schedule, we'll do that. If we're constantly having to build our business around like, oh, Whatnot's doing this, and it's all about like these promotions and rate trains and all these things, it's really difficult to build something that has people coming back to us again and again because there needs to be, in order to increase customer lifetime value, either you need to have some sort of journey for them to go down or something that they can, meaning like you buy a $10 playbook from me You implement it, then you join the community, that's $30, and eventually you're like, this is working, and now I'm going to use a return on my investment, and I'm going to then get into Launchpad, which is our coaching program, and then you get a return on that, which has you coming back again and again, that type of stuff, where there's a return on that. That's a journey we're bringing somebody through, right? And we're going to constantly refine that over time. That's how the LSP, or the Live Seller Pro model, is going to work. Making Grace Vintage is like, do you like this type of stuff? Cool, you can buy this type of stuff over and over, because clothes is something that people will invest into over and over again. So we need to look at that of like, does our business have customer lifetime value built into it? If it does not have customer lifetime value built into it, meaning I sell something like one time, then it becomes really difficult in order to grow a business. Like the Live Seller Pro model just isn't going to work, because we have to be able to, it's not about, the whole model is based off of customer lifetime value, having people come back and buy from you again and again. So the reason why I'm bringing all that up is, you'll have to look at your business and see if you're selling something that is a one-off thing. And if we talk, for example, let's say you make pens, you do those like really customized pens that are like this tall and has all the beading and all the characters and stuff like that. Can you build a business doing that? It's difficult, because the people who buy the pens, right, either they're collecting a bunch of those. So if you can plug into a people that are collecting a bunch of those things, then yeah. However, if I buy one of those from you, the chances of me coming back and buying again and again is not as high as being like clothing or all sorts of other things, consumables or replenishables, those type of stuff, right? Things that people wear every day. Like, we all wear clothes, right? Maybe not all of you. I don't know what you guys are doing right now. Like, not me. I have somebody in a nudist camp. They're like, used to. I'm over that life. Um, so what you do instead is you can build parallel categories, or other things that you're selling that work well with what you're doing. I think that's one of the things that where handmade is like, there's constraints built into the business model of, you can only make so many handmade items. So either you need to sell something that has people coming back again and again, right? Or we need to sell across multiple categories that are running parallel to each other. Okay. I knew I saw you from somewhere. You didn't see me there. You didn't see me there. So staying consistent with what works best for you and your specific buyers. So yes, and understanding if your buyers have something that they can buy that's in parallel to what you're doing, or you scale it in a different way. Like, you guys may have heard me talk about this before. If I was a handmade seller, I wouldn't be trying to only sell my handmade stuff, unless I'm trying to move up market and I'm selling my stuff for hundreds of dollars per item, right? So I either got to sell, like, I've got to sell higher ticket items, or I do something that is more scalable. What would that be? Well, if I'm going to be building like, so my friend Lost Mermaids, what I would recommend if I were doing what she does, which is Estelle, go look at Lost Mermaid Gifts. She has some incredible stuff. What I would do is, if I had a bunch of sea glasses, which is what she uses a lot of her stuff for, her material for, I would make little things that are like, hey, do you want to make your own mermaid necklace? And I'd be trying to hit me up to be like, my daughter finds out that she can make mermaid necklaces from real sea glass from Florida. She would be like, Dad, can I sign up for it? Because I want to make a mermaid thing every month. And that's what I would do. I would create some sort of scalable thing that I can take this product and I can make it into an experience that has people coming back again and again. Right. So if I need to pre-drill all this sea glass and include everything, and then on Whatnot, I would sell that. And then I would be like, hey, you show up for this Whatnot show. This time we do it every Friday evening. And my daughter would be about that. And that's how I would do it. Or I would sell kits. I would sell something. If you don't have something that is where people can buy from you again and again. Okay. Yeah. See, my friend just started doing a build vision board show and selling supplies for it in the show. Exactly. Something that people will buy from you again and again, right? And so you have to look for those ways that you have that consistent thing, because otherwise you're just selling a one-off item. Then you got to go find more customers, and that's reselling. And that's really difficult to build a business on. That's kind of thinking that got me on my plan. Well, this is good. This is good. Dang you, Stephen. Cashew. This is good. All right. I hope that that helps y'all. Okay. We have to approach this in new ways of, right? Yeah, you do a community show once a week where you build the sea glass item together 100%. So they would get their package and it would all be it would be like Lost Mermaid gifts. Logo on it with your sticker and the balk and everything. My daughter would be checking the mailbox every day. She would be checking it on Sunday, even when I'm like, the mail doesn't show up on Sunday. She's like, well, mermaids don't work the same as like regular people. So I'm gonna check the mailbox anyways. That's the type of stuff. And who would I market to? I would market it to children. I would market it to like my daughter, who would be about making mermaid necklaces and mermaid earrings and things like that. And I would market it to parents who want to do an activity with their kids. And I'd market it to primarily people who have daughters, because my son doesn't care about mermaids. But if you set something up just that he can make his own car, he'd be about that. You know what I'm saying? So use these ideas, run with them, and yeah, that's the ways that we want to think. If you guys have something where you're like, I want to have a conversation about this, then you should. If that idea where you're like, man, I need something like that for what I'm doing, you can buy a half hour of my time for $30. All right, $1 a minute, and walk out with something and having a strategy for what it is that you're going to build in your business. Okay. Or if you want to bypass that and just join the community for $1 a day, and ask some questions within the foundation's chat, and you're patient with it, I will eventually answer it if it's something that is within my realm to answer. So that is what we've got. We're going to go work on the foundations community and the launchpad community right now. For those of you that are part of foundations, we are opening up our 4-week coaching program, and we'll be doing a training on tomorrow. That's an exclusive training for foundations, and so you can join in for that tomorrow morning is when we're going to do it. It's a private stream on Whatnot is where we do that. And yeah, we're excited. This next round, everything's going to continually get better and better for what it is that we're building. That's because this is how you do it. This is, you start with your idea, you run with it, you figure out what works, what doesn't work, and then you improve upon it, right? Yep, we'll do a foundations private stream tomorrow. We'll put it into the community and we'll let people know that you can show up for it. And we'll do it tomorrow. We're going to do it tomorrow morning because I'm not going to compete with the Super Bowl for that. I may not be a avid fan of the NFL, but I know a lot of people are. So I don't know quite yet. It'll probably be like 10 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, probably what it is. So if you're Eastern Time, that'd be like noon. If it's yeah, you'll need to be awake for it. I mean, you don't have to. It's not recorded. I don't record these ones. Yeah. Yeah, of course. Of course. Absolutely. And I appreciate y'all being here. How long is it? It'll be probably like, I'd say like an hour and a half. Probably an hour and a half. I do these all the time, like once a week. So if you're not able to come to this one, you can come to the next one. It's not something that I teach here in Master Lifestyles. It's a different thing. So, um, but Meggers, I know that you're in the community. Okay, cool. We're gonna go through right now and we will create that so you guys can build your schedule. So the call will already be in there. It will go into the call. It'll say exclusive training, and I'll put it into announcements as well as the call itself, the call section. And then you can go in and you can enter in the link through that, will bring you to Whatnot. Okay. So, and then we'll put it in announcements and we'll put it in a post and we'll put it everywhere so y'all can see it. And yeah, and y'all, this is a really cool time for live selling. If you guys are looking to get into live sales and you need some assistance in doing so, and you need help with the mindset and the skill set and the heart set and all the stuff that goes into it and the numbers and all the stuff, if you want to do this thing, just keep showing up here. I'll help you with that. And if at any point you guys have some questions, just wait till I'm live and you can ask me, and I'm down with co-hosting with you as well. So as long as you're cool with having a conversation in front of a bunch of other people. Okay, that's what I got for y'all. Let me see if we're gonna raid. Let me see. Yeah, it's a busy day. That's okay. Come back and hang out with me again. Let me see who is live right now. Who is live? Oh, I already know where we're going. Y'all, so we're gonna go hang out with my friend Chanel. Okay, she is in Montana, and watching her and her show change over the last bit has been really cool. And so I'm letting y'all know that when in your business, I want you to understand something. If your live selling business is not working, it's not because of you. It's not because of you, it's your systems. You don't have the right systems in place, okay? Systems fail, people don't, okay? So, oh, she said that she's ending, so we got to go find someone else. So hold on one second. I got to find somebody else to raid. All right. Is he gonna let me? Okay, cool. Let me see what we got. I don't want to dump you into a show where somebody's ending. I want to do somebody from the community. Hurry and go live, guys, and I'll raid you. Let me see what we got. Mm. Gabby Abby is next in the raid train. She'll be on in 1 minute. Okay, then I don't stay ready to go live, coach. I don't know if I believe you, Amber. I think you could go live right now. We're gonna raid into Gabby Abby. She's part of our community. Y'all, if you guys are really looking for, if I did it, you can. Are you ready? Also, friend Pampered Redhead is selling candy. Wash hands, change, brush hair, smile for 2 minutes. Yes. Is that how you're doing it? Did you do that? So I'm waiting for just 1 second. Well, you guys, we're gonna go right into Gabby Abby because she's part of our community. We're gonna go support her. I'm gonna have her like pinned up, ready to go. Um, oh, she's live. Okay, we're gonna go hang out with Gabby Abby, y'all. And yeah, we'll be live tomorrow. And have a wonderful day. And for those of you in the community, keep an eye out for some new stuff that we're gonna be announcing. And love you all, and I will see you all very soon. Bye.